Here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by Femi Wash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development. At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure they institutionalize democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And
a very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Umivi Idolo. The federal government has urged Nigeria's 36 states to take full responsibility for power generation, transmission and distribution as part of efforts to end the country's persistent electricity challenges. Speaking at the Nigeria's Energy Leadership Summit in Lagos, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, said that the centralized control of electricity from Abuja could no longer work in a nation as vast and diverse as Nigeria. He explained that this realization led to the signing of the Electricity Act in 2023 by President Bola Tinubu, which devolved regulatory powers to states and allowed them to create subnational electricity markets. According to Adelabu, the law represents a major step toward decentralization, liberalization, and private sector involvement in the energy value chain. He added that states now have the legal authority to attract investors, build independent power plants, and manage electricity distribution tailored to their needs. Adelabu disclosed that 15 states have already received regulatory autonomy, with Enugu State being the first to operationalize its electricity market through the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission. He urged other states to follow suit, engage in investors, and begin developing power infrastructure to guarantee energy security at the local level. Governors were also advised to closely monitor the performance of electricity distribution companies within the states and demand better service delivery from the transmission company of Nigeria. The Nigerian Senate will today, Wednesday, screen and possibly confirm the new service chief appointed by President Bola Tinubu as part of efforts to reform the country's security system and strengthen the business environment. The nominees, General Olufemi Oluyede, Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Waidi Shaibu, Chief of Army Staff Rear Admiral Idi Abbas, Chief of Naval Staff Air Vice Marshal Kennedy Aneke, Chief of Air Staff, and Major General Emmanuel Undiedeyi, Chief of Defense Intelligence, are expected to drive reforms that enhance inter-agency coordination and national stability. Economic analysts note that improved security remains a key factor for attracting investment, boosting productivity, and reviving investor confidence in Nigeria's economy. The shake-up, which follows a closed-door meeting between the president and the new military hierarchy, has been described by the presidency as a strategic move to strengthen the national security architecture. President Tinubu urged the new appointees to uphold professionalism and unity within the armed forces, emphasizing that the peace and stability are vital to sustain business growth and regional trade. The leadership changes also come amid concerns over insecurity's impact on logistics, agriculture, and industrial operations, with stakeholders hoping the renewed focus on defense will support economic recovery and long-term development. The chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Mr. Taiwo Uyedele, has projected that Nigerian states could earn over 4 trillion naira annually from 2026 when the new value-added tax VAT reforms take effect. Speaking at the launch of the Budge IT State of State 2025 report in Abuja, Uyedele explained that the reform would increase states' share of VAT revenues to 55%, creating an opportunity for stronger fiscal independence and sustainable development at the subnational level. He noted that while the Federation Account Allocation Committee's total disbursement had more than doubled from 5.4 trillion naira in 2023 to 11.4 trillion naira in 2024, many citizens were yet to feel the impact as household incomes continue to decline despite increased government earnings. He stressed the need for states to channel the rising revenues into projects that directly improve citizens' lives while also building fiscal resilience and reducing dependency on federal allocations. The Budge IT report revealed that 21 states still rely on federal transfer for 70% of their total revenue, though states like Enugu and Bayelsa have recorded significant growth in internally generated revenue. Oyedele highlighted that the new tax laws transferring full proceeds of electronic money transfer levies to states and exempting state government bonds from taxation would help reduce borrowing costs and stimulate local investment. According to the report, Anambra State ranked first in fiscal performance, followed by Lagos, Kwara, Abia, and Edo, while Cross River fell from 5th position in 2024 to 29th in 2025. The Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Mohammed Abdullahi, who also spoke at the event, urged states to uphold fiscal discipline, digitize revenue systems, and improve budget implementation in education, health, and infrastructure. He cautioned that high revenue should not translate to high waste, emphasizing that long-term economic transformation depends on transparency, prudent spending, and effective governance. U.S. President Donald Trump to discuss NVIDIA's advanced Blackwell artificial intelligence chip with Chinese President Xi Jinping during their expected meeting on Thursday. The conversation is likely to touch on one of the most contentious issues in U.S.-China trade relations, Washington's export restrictions on high-end AI chips. These controls, which prevent NVIDIA from selling its most powerful chips to China, were imposed over concerns that the Chinese military could use the technology to enhance its defense capabilities. Beijing has repeatedly criticized the ban, calling it an attempt to stifle China's technological progress and global competitiveness. Speaking aboard Air Force One on her way to South Korea, Trump described NVIDIA's Blackwell as the super-duper chip, expressing optimism about his upcoming meeting with Xi. The discussion follows months of uncertainty surrounding NVIDIA's access to Chinese market. In May, the company began developing a scaled-down low-cost version of its AI chip for China to comply with U.S. restrictions. NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang recently said the company has not applied for export licenses to send its newest chips to China, noting that Chinese authorities have discouraged such export. Despite growing domestic alternatives like Huawei, Chinese developers still prefer NVIDIA's products for their superior performance. The outcome of Trump's talks with Xi could influence the future of AI trade between both nations and reshape the global semiconductor landscape. The U.S. President also, Donald Trump, arrived in South Korea on Wednesday, marking the final leg of his Asia tour with optimism about sealing a trade war truce with China's President Xi Jinping and finalizing a long-sought tariff deal with South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung. Landing just hours after North Korea's test of a nuclear-capable cruise missile, Trump downplayed the provocation, saying his focus remained on improving economic relations across Asia. Speaking about Air Force One, Trump expressed confidence that his meeting with Xi on Thursday would yield a very good outcome for the world, hinting that a potential reduction in U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods in exchange for Beijing's commitment to curb export of fentanyl precursors. U.S. officials have described the talks as pivotal for stabilizing trade and supply chain strained by years of tariff escalations. Before his meeting with Lee in Jeong, Trump told business leaders at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum that a U.S.-South Korea trade agreement would be finalized very soon, although negotiators have struggled to resolve investment structure disputes. The allies reached a framework deal in July that would see Korea invest $350 billion in the U.S. to avoid steep tariffs, but implementation details remain unsettled. Trump has also pushed Seoul to increase defense spending and ease immigration barriers for Korean workers building in U.S. factories. Later this week, he will meet Xi to discuss broader trade issues, including U.S. restriction on NVIDIA's Blackwell AI chips and China's rare earth export controls. The talks are expected to shape the next phase of U.S.-Asia economic ties as Trump seeks to balance diplomacy, trade recovery, and national security in a region central to global growth. Many thanks for watching. To follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Umevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Mox has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tellula Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Mox shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the fourth African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success. And this, Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
in Africa. And there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his oldest were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side
let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, your weekly deep dive into market policies and innovations shaping Nigeria and beyond. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not the only one doing this program today. I also have Emmanuel Amulu. So glad to have you on SOUQ Business Landscape.
Thank you so much, Olu. Very, very good morning. And it's a midweek conversation we're going to be having today. And it's the week has started in a very, very high note. And we like the fact that it's even continuing, because some of the conversations we'll be having today would really be eye-openers, because states are having more responsibilities now to do. Two of our conversations would show you that, and it would be very, very great for you to stay tuned to it.
All right, so let's take a look at the top stories for today. We start with VAT reform windfall. States could earn over 4 trillion naira yearly from 2026. What's driving the new tax shift? Now, we move on to power to the people. Now, the federal government has urged states to take charge of power generation and distribution. From there, we move on to global prosperity talks. Leaders gather in Riyadh for a FII9 summit to chart new frontiers for inclusive growth. From there, health import crisis. Nigeria still imports 99% of medical devices. 99%, almost 100, if we should say. Now, what's the cost of the pendant? CBN denial. The Apex Bank refutes claims of a $1.26 billion forest allocation to oil marketers. And lastly, market pause. The NGX slips slightly despite heavy trading. Also, we have investor sentiment remains unbeat. Job cuts worldwide. Major global firms slash thousands of roles as automation reshapes the workplace. From tax to reforms to energy, healthcare, and global trends. This is where business meets intelligence. SOUQ Business starts after this break. We also have a guest standing by. I will bring him in after this break. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News Television. Also, we have Mukhtar Amin on standby. We'll bring in. But let's start off with the first story. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, has projected that Nigeria's state could generate over 4 trillion naira annually starting 2026 once the new value-added tax, VAT, reforms come into force. Speaking at the launch of the Budget State of States 2025 report in Abuja on Tuesday, Oyedele said the reforms are designed to strengthen subnational revenue autonomy and reduce over-reliance of federal allocations. He delivered a keynote address at the event, which also commemorates the 10th anniversary of Budget Initiative. He noted that the expected revenue boost would come from improved tax collection efficiency and a broader VAT base, enabling states to better fund infrastructure and social services. I've always been of the opinion that a lot of states are waiting on federal allocation to seem lazy. Yeah. I mean, if you go back to even when our president, our current president, was the governor, at a point in time, it was said that allocation was halted.
Yeah, from the federal government.
From the federal government.
And he had to begin to look for ways from internally to... I think that helped Lagos State get to where it was, because they started now looking beyond whatever it is the federal government was giving them. Yes. It now opened their eyes to opportunities. It is sad because it took that measure to be able to see what you could do from internal. That many other states who didn't start off that way. And then many of them are like this, because you probably see states, I think even in terms of tax collection, because the monies that Oyedele talked about was the one they generated in 2024.
Yes.
By 2026, they are anticipating to get more if more people are now got into the bracket. If you learn that it is 15% of your workforce are the ones that are paying taxes, obviously, it already tells you you're not even making enough money.
Yes.
So people are working, earning salaries, and not paying tax. And you want magic to happen in your individual states. But you know there are other ways to make money. So at the end of the month, you just go cap in hand to Abuja and then collect your own allocation. If you can increase your tax base, right, directly from states, first off, your IGR, internally generated from the states, would increase.
Yes.
That's one. And then number two, you now have more monies going to the federal government to now be shared. So I guess that's why they calculated, oh, you're going to have more. So it starts from the base. If you can expand your tax base, have more people who naturally, I'm not talking about low income earners. Like I know that's where everybody say, okay, everybody wants to now tax the lower income. Those who are meant to pay are actually paying. Those who have the means, who are actually in the brackets that are targeting, are those who make enough money above the 800. I think it was 800,000 in a year. And then if you can get those people in to actually pay their own commensurate taxes, you have more money for the states, which means IGR for them. And then you have more money going to the federal government, which they will still allocate at the end of the day to the states. So I understand the argument that Oyedele is putting forward.
Yes. You know, I went to a popular market and I asked a couple of them. And I found out that they pay some form of maybe official or unofficial tax.
Levies, yeah.
Levies. And it's directed back to the government. So we always talk about the informal sector. We always talk about how they are not being captured. But in the real sense of it, they are being captured. Even the street hawkers at the market, there's some form of level that they pay. So if there's a way we can capture all that in, like you said, and also, we also need, in as much as we're going into a new tax reform, people also need to be educated. Because if you ask 3 people now, or if you ask 10 people, about 8 of them, or no, let me be modest, 5 of them have a personal registered business. But you don't know that once you register a business, you're supposed to pay tax.
So you see, some of these conversations are not necessarily had. A lot of our population are not financially intelligent, right? Or they're not even financially exposed. We don't even have this, the kind of conversations we have don't even talk about taxes. Everybody runs away from, the tax man is hated, even from the Bible. If you go check, nobody likes Nicodemus because he was a tax person. But the thing is, if you see because everybody was like, okay, collect my tax, what do you do with it? Let's even leave that one first. We know that it's a thing. When you talked about, oh, people pay some form of levies, I'm sure your survey was in Lagos. As it stands, there are only 5 states that has a seemingly prepared tax system. Lagos, Rivers, I think Ogun, Edo, and one other state. Just 5. Wow. Out of 36. And of course, one of the things they mute these days, they want to increase our states to 55. I'm not even talking about the viability of them all. We just want to share land. Yeah, but then again, we're talking about only 5 of your 36 states even have, when they say it's viable, like once you pay, there's some form of receipt, and you know it's probably going to a government, not somebody collecting and putting it into his pocket. At that one, you can't even track how much you have. You can't even say this is how much your state is making. And then you know there's a high dependence that if that man pays his maybe 200 naira daily levy in his small corner in where he's selling his market, that money will probably go to somebody's private pocket.
Yes.
But when you have a very, very well-defined tax system, you know, even if I pay my levy, which is a form of taxation, if I want to come and ask you and say, you said, no, I've actually paid, this is the receipt. If we have that, you can now track your IGR. You can ask, okay, this is how amount of money I want to budget for a year. These things are data that can actually help. But you see, because of the way the system is, which I know the tax reform, which Oyedele's team heads want to fix, you would get resistance because a lot of it are used to the way things are. But if we need to get to where we want to be, a lot of things need to change, and it will probably start with expanding our tax base.
Yes, you know, more tax means more social infrastructure and more, take the states depend less from Abuja. Let's bring in our guest, Mukhtar Amin. Good morning, so glad to have you on SOUQ Business Landscape.
Good morning. Good morning. Talking about the VAT, I think Oyedele is talking about projection for VAT alone for next year.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see that they will be able to, their projection is 4 trillion. This year, they exceeded most of their projections. So
yes.
The major problem, as far as I'm concerned, for Nigeria is revenue problem.
Yeah.
Because I've not seen one single country where there's no corruption. I mean, it might be more from countries to country, but the most important thing is the money is not even enough. We compare our budgets with our population with other countries, is nothing to write home about. Yeah. So if we can fix our revenue problem, half of our problem is solved. Because with the budget that we have today, even if we hold all our leaders accountable and they make sure all the money is spent on what they're meant to spend for, budget per citizen is still very, very small. Some countries' budget per citizen is up to like $20,000 per citizen, meaning the money that the government will spend on each citizen is about $20,000. In Nigeria, budget per citizen is only about $150. So for the whole year. So imagine if what government wants to spend on each one of us is just $100 for the whole year, which is like maybe it's less than 300,000. Why in some countries their government has budget about that's our budget per citizen.
In a year,
so and we for the whole year, and budget per citizen for countries like the US like $20,000.
Yes.
So like the US is prepared to spend about 45 million naira on each of its citizens for health, for education, for all of these things. So like I say, so it's difficult. So even if they are not stealing the money, we are not going anywhere with that very small budget. So we need to fix our revenue problem and hold our leaders accountable and elect good leaders too, because there are some of these leaders that are not corrupt, but lack of ideas and initiative. So the little they get, they are not able to prioritize what is best and what's most important for their citizens. They just do. Almost every state is building a flyover. Even states with 2 million population where there's no traffic, they are building flyover just because they come to Lagos, there's flyover and they think it's beautiful, and they are building flyover where schools are dilapidated, primary healthcare is nothing to write home about. So we need to be able to prioritize and use judiciously the little resources that we have.
All right, so Mokhtar, the current VAT right now is 7.5. So and when people hear VAT, it's not, people don't smile. So I'm wondering, how will these reforms affect the consumer, the end consumers and small businesses who are still struggling with multiple taxes?
So one of the major cornerstone for this tax reform is to reduce multiple taxation, one, and secondly, to make effective collection as well. So one of the ways there's multiple taxation is local government is taxing the same thing, state government is taxing, federal government is taxing. So now they want to have a unified collection. That is why they are setting up an entire new agency to collect and then share at the end of the year. So if this is put in place, if it's in full swing next year, I don't expect us to see multiple taxation, because this is one of the major problems that is meant to fix, and get more revenue and edge out multiple taxation. So we are meant to see that, and I believe it's going to work, because I've watched Oyedele several of his forums and on several TV stations. He knows what he's doing. He has faced so many debates, especially in the Senate. He was and with the Governors Forum. So, and he's been able to push this bill to fruition. So the implementation, I hope he's able to do it, and multiple taxation will be something of the past in Nigeria. I believe so.
So I also want to ask, do you really think that with this 4 trillion naira allocation, increased allocation to states would depend less on federal government or on Abuja?
If states don't look inward, they will not be able to not depend on the federal government. Is a given, is standard. In Lagos, for example, local government like Ikeja make more internal generated revenue than about 10 states in the north in Nigeria. So, and that's because they've mastered the system at which they generate their revenue, and is very, very effective. So why other states they don't tax, because we're on the sentiment that people are suffering. And the concept of government and taxation is redistribution of wealth. That's just it. It means if everybody is suffering and somebody has been able to make 1 million, okay, give us some of your 1 million. Let's give the people that is making 1,000. That's the concept of taxation.
Yeah.
So it's just redistribution of wealth. So, but I understand the trust deficit where people pay tax and we don't see where the money is going. And in some states like Lagos, it's something of the past. Nobody in Lagos paying tax and say they don't see where their tax money is going to from security. Lagos is supposed to be the most unsecured place in Nigeria. As it is now, Lagos is the most secured state in Nigeria, and it's not coincident. We've seen the investment in security in Nigeria. Do you know that in Lagos, they give extra stipend to all the policemen serving in Lagos? They equip the Nigerian police, which is the job of the federal government.
It's a model state, so we understand.
Yeah. Equipment. Lagos is the only state that's bought an helicopter for the police force here, and so many other equipment from bulletproof to arm helmets, motorcycles, cars, and beyond that, they complement them with the neighborhood watch, with the LASMA. So to make their job easier. So rather than deploying police to help traffic, which we see in other states, they tell them that in most cases, just face security. LASMA will face traffic. Because they are traffic police. They are supposed to be traffic police. And then there is neighborhood watch in every neighborhood in Lagos, taking information. They are like the undercover. So they just employ people from every neighborhood that understand the neighborhood. And your job is just to collect information and report to the police. So when there's a young man joining the fraternity, or there's a crime within the area where police is finding investigation difficult because civilians don't trust the police to talk to them, the neighborhood watch get this information and they tell the police. That's why things will happen in your neighborhood and you're surprised how police is coming the following day to come and arrest the exact person. It's because neighborhood watch has gotten information and shared with the police. So these are some of the ways Lagos State is spending the tax money to help the people of Lagos. And other states can do that too. We cannot run away from taxation. Nigerians don't like to hear, like the gentleman in the studio is saying, we don't like to hear it. And that's because of the trust deficits. So the more governments continue to prioritize their investments in our life, do invest in projects that positively affect the most number of us, because that's the job of the government. Government are supposed to make policies that affect the highest number of people, not some certain class of people. And that is what we see now. You go to the rural communities or the communities of the low-income earners, the roads are terrible. It's not motorable. And then you go to some neighborhood where the elite stays, and you see them fixing roads that are not even bad. we've seen that debate. Yeah, we've seen that debate in Lagos that almost every year you go to Ikoyi, the road is being fixed in Lagos. And in Abuja, Asokoro, Maitama, almost every year the road is being fixed. And you now see some other neighborhood, they've not even had motorable roads in years. So government should continue to prioritize projects and policies that affect the most number of us, which is primary healthcare, infrastructures, education, and what have we. And people can be encouraged to pay their taxes, their fair share.
All right, thank you very much.
Mukhtar, I'm still staying on it, right? Because I know you did say Nigeria has a revenue problem. And I agree with you almost 100%. But I like to always ask that Nigeria also has a spending problem. Because just like you said, when you have the money and then you don't use it for things that is going to help the larger population, it means you didn't spend the money well. So imagine that. I think that's why many people have this fear. If we now pay and then we increase the tax net, you now share the monies to the subnationals, which are the states, and they don't now use it to do or to make more money, because that's how I put it. Where you use money to make more money, then they will definitely have to go back to Abuja to go and collect their VAT. But when we talk about the budgeting of each of these subnationals, I think that is also where the problem is. For example, I think Lagos, if I'm about to be mistaken, but I think Lagos is the only state that does over a trillion for its budget for a year. Others are still
Lagos, Rivers, and Abuja.
So I think there are not even so many. In a country that has 36 states, it also tells you that when somebody is pegging its own at 300 billion or whatever it is, it's couching the fact that half of that money is going to have to come from outside. How do we now make these states realize that we don't want to depend on the federal government anymore? Look inwards. Because many of these states, if not all of them, have natural resources that they can trade.
I agree with you. Every state has a natural resources buried in the ground. And even though natural resources is within the purview of the federal government.
Yes.
So, but it is the job of the governors to make this happen. I'll give you an example. Nasarawa State now, this year alone, has closed a deal of $300 million. 100 million is going to industrial agriculture, and 200 million is going into lithium processing. Their lithium processing plants now produces 10,000 tons of lithium every day. And that's jobs. So even if that is 20,000 jobs, look at the payee that is coming to you at the end of the month. Look at the communities they are putting these infrastructures. Look at the ripple effect. Because if you employ 20,000 people somewhere, they will want to live in a place. They want to rent houses. That is real estate money.
Yes.
They will want to feed. Those are restaurants. Those are, market women selling more food stuff. Yes. So we need to bring, and every state has in Osun State, there is a gold plant there. The project was done by the past administration, I think the Oyetola administration. I don't know how well it's going now, because that's another problem in Nigeria. Once an administration brings something and an opposition comes into power, they try to frustrate it. They try to make the life of the investors unbearable till they leave. So I don't know the states at which that is. There's another gold plant in Kaduna State done by Malam El-Rufai, the past governor of that state. I don't know the state that it is, but both gold plants have not been in the news in a while, and I hope that they are functioning well. So these are some of the problems that we see. A state that does not have money, you have an investment, you are trying to frustrate it just because it's an initiative of the past administration. In Kwara State, the last administration brought Dangote. By now, Dangote sold, they had a flour mill in Kwara State. They had to sell it to another company and leave Kwara State. And BUA to come. BUA has come, but what happens? We're having Olam, BUA, and Dangote all in the state with favorable incentive and conditions. But Nigerian governors are vindictive. A lot of them are vindictive, no matter how much they're generating from any project. If it is not started by them, they frustrate it. The same thing with infrastructure. A governor can come invest 10 trillion on an infrastructure. The next governor comes, he abandons it, and that is tax money just wasting there. The project is not completed. Nobody, even the people on the job that are contracted to do the job, they lose the job because contracts, projects are temporary employment for some people too. You grind them to halt. Now the money is just there. Imagine investing money on your personal house and you leave it when it's almost completed. So it's like tying money down and then it starts dilapidating. The first state that is meant to have a monorail in this country is River State. Amechi started the monorail. I've been to Port Harcourt, I've seen the rails. I think he just needed to buy the coaches and for the rail to start working. 8 years of Wike is abandoned. Now, Fubara spent 2 years. He's still there. It's only scrap metal people that are going to the rail to lose the metal to sell. And this is tax money, money of people of River State invested in this, left there to rotting. So those are the problems that we have. And another thing I admire about Lagos is community meetings that they do regularly. They go to every local government with the governor and his commissioners regularly to speak to the people, to say, okay, this is our plan for you for this quarter. The governor will explain, the community will ask, why is this important? The commissioner will explain and how the number of months is going to take for them to execute. And then the people will tell them what they want. To say, okay, Mr. Governor, we've heard you. This is what you want to do for us. We like it. We appreciate it. Okay, this is our plight. Our schools are bad. We need more teachers. We need, in fact, they even fight for the people with disability to say, okay, this hospital has no entrance for people with disabilities. Can you fix that? We need a mini stadium. We need this. And I've watched these live sessions where the governor will say, okay, this, consider it done. Mr. Commissioner, take note. We have to put it in our supplementary budget. This, it will have to wait next year. Maybe we'll come to it. This, we'll do it. We'll add it. That is the way governance is supposed to be, not a leader and follow. I mean, not a master and slave relationship where the governor just come and just say, okay, this is what I'm spending money on, not caring what the people want. You have to do something that you feel, okay, this is what my people need. And you have to ask them directly, what do you want? What is the most pressing problem that you have? And then bring it together and serve the people, because it's our money. The only reason why you are getting FAC allocation is because of the citizens. The only reason why we are paying tax into your care is because we trust that you will distribute it and spend it for us judiciously. So they need to, we are no longer in the military government. These governors needs to be accountable to us. They have to listen to us and, spend this money like it's our money, not their money. So these days, we see us thanking governors for doing the basic because it's almost like we are captured. So whatever they give us, we take. So, I mean, there's so much.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar Amin. Let's move on to our next story. Now, the federal government has urged Nigeria's 36 states to take full responsibility for power generation, transmission, and distribution, describing it as the only viable solution to the country's prolonged electricity crisis. Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu made the call in Lagos on Tuesday at the Nigeria Energy Leadership Summit. Now, he said decentralizing the sector would allow states to develop energy solutions tailored to their local needs rather than relying solely on the national grid. Despite decades of reforms and investment, Nigeria's power sector continues to underperform, with millions of citizens still lacking reliable electricity. Adelabu said the current structure has failed, stressing that the state must now rise to the challenge to drive energy access and development. Quite interesting. You know, this is something, I mean, it's like an old record playing.
Yeah, because I remember my first ever visit to Osun State. Osun State, and I saw what looks like a dam. I'm sorry, I'd never gone into that house. I was surprised to see something like that. So I started making inquiries in the vehicle I was in. And like, this is where they generate power. Like, they generate power, how come they usually have lights in this place? So I think it was somewhere around, I can't remember the name again in that town. They usually have power there. But the thing is, every power that is generated here goes to Abuja. Or goes to like a central place where it is now shared again. And I'm like, why do we have to do that? I remember even Lagos State at some point wanted to generate their own power. And one of the clauses is whatever you generate has to still go to a central place before it is now shared again. I'm like, what kind of arrangement? They say it's in the law. I'm like, okay, cool. But having to fall back to this literally makes sense. Even because look, I know one of the things Fashola said there when he was Minister of Power was, the problem was not necessarily in the generating. It's in the distribution, because it's not like water when you pump water and then water stays in a storage tank. Electricity has to move. So when you generate it and then there's no proper channels to distribute it, what do you do with it? It's just there and it's just literally wasted. So, but now having each state, it just goes back to what we're doing about taxes, raising your own money. If you can raise your own, generate your own power, create your pipelines where every corner of your state can promptly, as you generate it, get the light or get the electricity as it is. I think it solves a lot of the problems, because look, we know the topography of many states are not the same. Because maybe we are closer to the water, we can also add, hydro part of it. The ones that have more, maybe up north where there's more sunlight, they can add solar part to it. The thing is, it makes people more creative. Most states were creative in ways to solve problems like rather than them all depending in a central place. It's just like the same thing with the taxes and the whole FAAC sharing of money. Because when you know that there's somebody giving handout somewhere, the idea to want to think outside the box will just even die off.
I agree with you, because this also brings, encourages innovation. States may try, like you said, solar, hydro, and any other thing. Then it also brings about accountability. There's this mentality that people have, that something that is of our own state, something that is our own, we guard it better, and something that is from Abuja. When people know that, oh, this thing, it is for Lagos, it's for Ibadan, it's for Oyo, it's for Ogun, it's our own, it's built by our governor, the governor we love, people would tend to look after it. It would also read vandalism.
True, very true, because everybody's not protecting the infrastructure. It belongs to us. When you use our money to create these things and there's somebody from somewhere, unless that person is an outsider coming in, anybody in that community, if you take this thing or vandalize it, all of us here will now be black. They will have blackouts. No, nobody will want to try that one.
And also, states, depending on the economic challenge in your particular state, you can decide to subsidize. This case of a particular state saying that they were going to reduce tariff of electricity, and in this case we're saying, no, you cannot. But if states can generate their power, they can decide that, okay, for our state, let's give them 20%, discount.
Good shout out to Lagos, Edo, I think, then Kaduna. We are the ones that have IPP and mini grids. It shows that we were even ready. We're thinking for, so when the government now comes and says this, we are prepared. These states are prepared, but it's still 3 out of 36. You see how much, and the thing is, when I see these numbers, I always like, so wait, somebody will stay, and you say you're a state, and then there are so many things happening around you, and you're not even plugged into it. Taxes, you're not there, electricity, you're not there, and you want us to grow together in the same projection as one Nigeria. Whereas the states are not even viable. And somebody is even still talking about creating more states in this country. No. We can do better. I think we can do better.
All right, let's bring in, Mokhtar. This is it's a good one. If states start to generate power for themselves, it would also boost economic activity in that particular state. Accountability is also there. States can try different options. Hydro, solar, whatever works for them. What's your thought on this?
It's supposed to be joint if, the American structure of the power generation and distribution is the federal government, the states, and the municipal, they have their roles that they play. So the federal government handles the wholesale and the state-to-state generation and distribution. But the states, like the gentleman in the studio is saying, the state is in charge of the retail, the fixing the price, and the state will decide if there is going to be monopoly with the distribution. So if they are going to decide if it's going to be only one company that is distributing, or there is going to be monopoly. Like in Lagos now, there are two companies, which is the Eco Distribution, and then there's the Ikeja Distribution. Thank you.
Yes.
So that is the state's job to decide if, okay, we want to make it 3, 4 companies, 2 companies, because of the size of the states for proper distribution. The state will be in charge of metering, because it's the state that knows all the looks and cranny of everywhere, all the streets, you know. So it has to be joint, a joint relationship for effectiveness. And this, we cannot really blame the states yet, because it was just 2 years ago, or less than 2 years, that sector was deregulated, where they say every players can come in, even the private sector, just like in the US. If you have money, you can build your power plants and supply, and say, this is the rate I want to sell my power. It's the job of the state to now say, okay, we want to put a markup and make profit on it, or we want to put a discount for our people to pay lesser than how much you want to sell your power. And that is why in Abia State, there is uninterrupted power. The power they are enjoying is not done by the state government. It is done by Geometry, a private company. And because of the new policy that deregulated that sector, the power sector, that can come to fruition. The project was started during Jonathan, because the Minister for Power at the time was pushing for deregulation of the power sector. And he encouraged Geometry to start the project, and he promised them that, okay, before you complete this project, we'll get the constitution amended and you'll be able to come upstream. But unfortunately, Jonathan lost the election and the bill could not be passed. So the project was abandoned throughout the time of the late president, Muhammadu Buhari. And Tinubu came in, looked at the bill, passed it, and Geometry come upstream, and we've seen how effective it is. Aba, which is like a major part of Abia State, they are enjoying uninterrupted power. So that is, so we expect other states to jump on it. But like I said, state governments in Nigeria, they don't prioritize what the people need. They just, even though with the opportunity, and even when states cannot generate power, we've seen states like Lagos State. Lagos State, under Governor Tinubu, now President Tinubu, built so many power plants and mini grids during his time as governor. But the law at that time, the constitution says, once you generate, you have to feed to national grid. So Lagos State cannot really enjoy the power plant their government is building at the time. I remember Kwara State as well. During the time of the past Senate President, Bukola Saraki, he built power plants too, but he has to feed it to the national grid, to the point that the immediate community where this power plant is located, they can't enjoy the power. And I know the complaint then is, so what's the point of putting a power plant that is always making noise here, that is making sound, and we don't have one? Yeah, the people complain, because if you've been near a power plant, it makes a very huge kind of sound. Like, so what's this point that we have this sound and we don't even have this power? So, but now state governments are not doing this. The state government will allegedly say all of them wants to build bridges, because bridges are the project that runs into billions and it's easy to get kickbacks, allegedly. So they are not prioritizing what people really want. And if you fix power, there goes industrialization. With industrialization, you see your IGR go high. So even if you are bringing an industry and you say you are not paying taxes, or your corporate taxes for 20 years, like what is happening in the free trade zone, what about the payee? You can't imagine how much pay is coming into Lagos State from that free trade zone, companies in free trade zone. If you go there, the place is all filled up. There's Power Oil. There's so many brands there. I don't want to mention brands on the TV. There are so many companies there. So look at their stats. Look at the pay they are paying. So states can do this. Look at what the investors, what do they want? They want power and they want incentives. That is why everybody is rushing to Lagos. All the factories, Lagos is the smallest state by landmass, and everybody is going there. So states that wants to better the lives of their people, wants to increase their revenue, they have to invest in power. The Constitution has permitted you to do that. And it's been 2 years, the states are not moving. So now, Adelabu, the Minister for Power, is bringing the ball on their table like, okay, we've put it for you there. You're acting like you cannot see it. So now it is your responsibility. Generate power for your people. And it's not alien. Nigeria is not going to be the first. All the countries in the world with our size of population, that is the model. That is how it can work effectively. Look at our land mass. Look at our population. We cannot make that a responsibility of one man. Let's even imagine manning all the power infrastructures. How can Adilabu possibly do that alone from his office in Abuja and with his staffs to man all of that? It is the state that has the power to do that. So Adelabu's job is to bring investors into the sector. We will still need that to build more power plants, to diversify our power sources. Now, to oversee deals state to state, meaning if Lagos State now generates more power than they need, Adelabu will oversee how Lagos wants to feed the neighboring states that share border with them, the Ogun State, the Ondo States, to say, okay, this is how it's going to go. This is as big as America is. Some part of New York, which is the biggest city in America, gets their light from Canada, not even from another state in America, from Canada, from overseas. Nigeria too supplies power to some neighboring countries like Niger Republic and I think Chad. So that will be Adelabu's job, to deal with all of those, to oversee, to see policies, to diversify our energy sources, to see, okay, how can we bring in solar? How can we bring in coal-generated electricity? How can we bring windmill? Because some part of just research has proven that we can have wind power generation from those that will be Adelabu's job, not how me and you get electricity in our own houses. It's almost like the constitution that we are using is almost like is a constitution that just gives the governor so much money with little or no responsibility. If we look at it, almost every important part of our life is part of the exclusive list, which is the responsibility of the federal government. So we need to continue to deregulate our economy and the power structure so that responsibilities can be well shared and we can see effectiveness in the implementation. And so me and you can enjoy our sovereign wealth and our tax money.
All right, thank you very much, Mukhtar. I mean, it's a whole lot. I was even thinking of, apart from states generating, let's also try as much as we increase what we generate. I mean, I was going through the net, and South Africa is generating 237,000, over 237,000 annually. We have Egypt with 209 annually. We have Algeria, 91,000. Morocco, 41,000. Nigeria, 36,000 a year. So, I mean, we can go higher than that. If states, all states, imagine all 36 states generating, let's say you're generating and maybe 40% goes to the national grid, and the remaining 60 is within the states.
So the power sector has a lot of problems, right? And I think that's why it's always looking like it's one miracle that needs to happen. Let's come from the basic. Many of us don't even like to pay for the power that we use. So how do you maintain the infrastructure that gives you this power. You don't even want to pay. It's like taxes. We want to enjoy the benefits of what we don't pay for. Right? Now, there's still theft. Mukta mentioned the one about the rails that happened in Port Harcourt. When did I abandon it? People just saw a means to steal whatever it is that is there. You hear that there's vandalism somewhere, and everybody just sees there's blackouts in this place, we've normalized it. These are supposed to be things that should be natural public infrastructure that you should protect with. I mean, even if you put a security architecture there, that's a part of problems. Now, creating more requires more money. If you factor it into your budget, right, one way you need that money, to be able to get public, foreign investments or public investments into that place, they need to be sure that their monies are safe. Nobody wants to put money in a place that they cannot get their profit back, right? You have to ensure that every of these problems are fixed. For somebody to now come and say, okay, let me give you the money to expand. What have you done with the one you have first? That's what anybody will want to look at. We have the capacity to expand to maybe match South Africa. We have it. But the question is, first of all, the willpower is not even there, right? And then the system doesn't even allow for something like that, because when you think about it, everybody wants light. At some point I was asking, did you follow the tangent of when they started putting us in different bands? And people tell you, I don't even want this band there anymore. The light is too much. People had to, I think I saw one protest. I can't remember the state. That is one of Ondo or something. I think it was one of the southwest states. They had to go protest and say, please, take us back to the lesser band.
I think
because we can't afford it.
Yeah, we can't afford it.
So the question now becomes, so you say that you want more power, but you can't pay for it. Because when you pay for it, you can start to fix and then expand. Because even you as a government, you now begin to wonder, how can I even solve this problem as it is? Because look, I'm right here. I put people in band A. I give them almost, I won't say 24 hours, but almost 24 hours light. They can now literally do other businesses. But tell you, no, we can't afford it. And I'm like, even me that is there, like, I don't even know how to solve your problem. I remember, I think it was Doctor that gave us an analogy of a particular school where they now give them power. Now, the light is there consistent. The people in there don't pay because they are staff of the school, but they now went to start doing side businesses by selling ice blocks to communities. You're making money from the power, but you don't want to pay for the light because it is the school that is being given the free light. And you look, so even if you create an avenue to fix the problem, people are seeing it as an opportunity to enrich themselves at the detriment of whatever infrastructure that you have created. So it's a kind of vicious
Recently, we saw the story of army men entering the disco to go and
chasing them away.
I mean, because they didn't pay for power, they were disconnected. And they
vandalized this. Any investor sees all these things, we put them as part of the metrics and says, you know what? Fix this problem first before I bring the money for you to expand. Because I know everybody knows once we have consistent power, manufacturing will improve. Many businesses would thrive better. But I think maybe because we are used to a certain kind of way, many of us, if there's light consistently in a place that they don't have power in a while, they will complain. People will tell you, I've had light for like 3 days now, they did not take the light. Is something wrong? Because you must have light.
Yes,
you must take that power. Because, like, I don't know. I think a part of the orientation we'll have to do, but to get us to the point of South Africa's megawatts, there's a lot of investment that needs to come into it, and we don't have that money. We know we don't have the money. The revenue problem, just like what you said, we don't have
4 trillion allocation.
We don't. I don't like to compare, but it's always there because it's data. That's 4 trillion is in naira.
Yes.
Right. When you calculate that amount of money to what some states generate in some of the saner crimes that we try to, you will know it's even a community.
Yes.
The money it's looking like big money because it is numbers. But what that money can do is not that.
That 4 trillion is just what you are getting from the federal government. It's not what your state would be making. It's just one source.
But then again, it's still the same thing. It's not the same state. We're talking about taxes. I don't know what to pay. It's a vicious cycle. The potential is there. That's why I like the fact that when the likes of the Bretton Woods are looking at our doing and saying, okay, they project us to grow at a certain pace here. It's a good one for us. But a lot needs to go on behind the scene, like back home, to make sure those projections that they are making become reality. Because some of these things are looking like elementary. Okay, let's just say, oh, we all agree and say, okay, we want 20,000 megawatts of power for the whole country, right? Somebody somewhere is waiting for you to do that thing so that they can go and tap into it and not pay. Like, you know what I see that we need to clear out. I'm not advocating for that. But do you need to clear out our kind of people who don't want progress? Because people are there, they're just waiting for you to just create a loophole for them to enter.
I think people want progress. It's just at what cost? Now, take for instance, now I went to pick up my clothes, dry cleaned my suit somewhere in 2 places, price differential. So, and I asked, the second place where I went, and I asked how much it is to dry clean. And she showed me the price. The cost of dry cleaning one shirt is 1,700.
Okay.
To wash and iron. Now, to iron alone is 700. And I asked her that why? Because the other place is about 400 or 500 naira. And she said, we are on band A. that was the excuse. We are on band A. You know, so in as much as, yes, people want power, it also comes at a cost. This band A thing, it's really, really taking a toll on people. And in as much as we want stable power, even I'm on band A in my area, and I can tell you for a fact, the light goes off more than 4 hours or 5 hours per day. So it's not what they anticipate or what they projected it to be. It goes off, sometimes it goes off for a whole day. And I'm like, this is supposed to be band A, and I'm paying double of what band B. And let's not forget that we were upgraded without our consent. So
I don't know, man, because look, this band of a thing probably is revisited. Because in my own side, I don't even know the band we're on. Because I always assume we're on band A. Why I say I assume is, if you do, we had to do the math in the compound, and then we did 5,000 naira takes you for like 2-3 days.
How many units?
Whatever it is, 5,000 naira gets you.
2 days.
Don't know.
That's
like 2 days.
That's band A.
So I'm assuming it is. So 10,000 naira gets you 5 days.
Band A.
Then 20,000 naira gets you 10 days. So, but if I can do that math, you can now calculate, okay, how much you want to spend in a month, right? But the thing is, I can say it is band A that is good, because if our power goes out, because I'm monitoring, if our power goes out, in less than 10 minutes it's back.
10 minutes.
I'm serious.
So we have to Banana Island.
No. I told you to mention, no, because you guys, once I mentioned the area now, so this is terrible. I know a lot of people do this. Once these things improve, for example, if there's access road and then there's good power, tenants rates or house rent in that area will skyrocket. I don't want to go, that's not the conversation now, but if I mention it, it's true. A 2-bedroom in my area, the least you would get if it's nice is 2.5 million. If it is nice. Now, that means to tell you can get 2.5 million for a 1-bedroom. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it's nice, like they're being okay for you, 2.5 million. So I don't want to now mention the area. So okay, there's now constant power. There's someone that say, it's likely to get increased to 3 million. But the thing is, when I hear these arguments about, okay, band A and they don't have light, I cannot relate. So generally, I don't think it cuts across. But then again, I do know that if one of the arguments we had was, give us power, we'll pay for it. Even before this whole band thing came, give us power, we'll pay for it. But now that it is a reality, power is there, people don't want to pay because it's expensive. People now tell you, we don't have enough money to get to that place. So it is like a carrot and stick approach to it. As a government, how do you fix it? So, do you know what? Let me just fix it, give you light, and then bear the cost. It takes you back to subsidy. I'll give you the power. Pay what you can. The remaining ones, I will pay. That subsidy, government needs to make money from somewhere. Sure. So if it doesn't have it, it has to go borrow. If it goes to borrow, you complain and say, the borrowing is increasing. How do you fix the problem? Because it's literally there. As a government, these are kind of things you need to ponder. I don't have money. My people don't want me to borrow. How do I make the money from the same people that tell you they don't have money? You see how I don't have money. I need money. You say I don't want to borrow. I have to tax my people. My people are saying they don't have money to pay the taxes. Where do I get the money? If I go print money, there is possibility of creating inflation.
But you know, the cost of generating power through different means varies. I mean, if you are doing if you're dam and if you're doing solar or hydro, the cost varies.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be the same cost.
True.
So that will lead to a situation whereby price reduction will come in. If say you're doing solar or you're doing hydro or even wind power, the price can be reduced. That is from the government's point of view. You can reduce it to some form of level or give them some form of incentive that, okay, for the next 6 months, we will give you out 50%. So
somebody's paying for that.
Yes. Businesses, then after 6 months, when we are sure that, yes, there's stable power, businesses are booming, then we come back to 100% charge.
The people that have benefited from that, you know, this is only what we're facing now. For example, you guys have been enjoying fuel subsidy for a long time. It kept prices of fuel at maybe 200 naira, 100 and something naira. They took out subsidy and then it went back. I don't like, no, let us go back there. It means we go back to subsidy, which was not beneficial to the country. So it's the same thing. If you start from the beginning and say, okay, I'm going to subsidize the electricity at 50, when we now get to a particular point and now take it back, no, but people will resist that move. So it's best to just start from the beginning. So an investor comes and says, okay, once I put my money in, this is how much I'm going to make, and then you work like that. Because I tell you, the money is not even there. We're still starting that this revenue problem is glaring us in the face. We have to now start taking a stance at this point. Electricity, this is how much we make. Or this is how much we need to make to get this. Where do we get the money from? Because many states are not even viable enough to get the structure that they need to generate, whether it is hydro or whatever form of power generation they want to do. That's why many of them are still dependent on the national grid. That's why national grid of 4,000, once it collapses, everybody begins to cry. Even the ones that are supposed to be the ones generating it in their states. That money needs to come from somewhere. Where would the money come from is the convention we should be having. We are not saying the capacity is not there. We can get to that, but the money, is it available to get us to that place?
Where is the money going to come from? So I think, well, states and the private sector, they could partner, maybe share the sharing formula, depending on who's bringing the most amount. You know, they can decide that. But at the end of the day, if more states are generating, it reduces the burden on the national grid, and we can have less grid collapse. We'll go on a short break. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape, and when we come back, we'll continue with more stories. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we'll go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
The growing
interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Emmanuel and I are still here. We still have Mukhtar Amin on standby via Zoom. Let's move on with the next story. Nigeria remains heavily reliant on foreign healthcare supplies, importing 99% of its medical devices, 70% of essential medicine, and all its vaccines, according to Dr. Abdul Mokhtar, National Coordinator of the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain. Speaking in Lagos at the Span Innovation of 2025 conference, Mokhtar said the situation poses major risk to national health security and highlights the urgent need to localize pharmaceuticals and medical device production. The conference themed Science, Laboratory, and Sustainable National Development drew experts and stakeholders in the healthcare and science sectors. He emphasized that reversing the trend requires strong public-private collaboration, sustained investment in scientific innovation, and targeted policy reforms to encourage local manufacturing. He said we must build a self-sustaining healthcare ecosystem, warning that dependence on import leaves Nigeria vulnerable to global supply disruptions and weakens its emergency response capacity. Quite interesting, 99%. All vaccines imported, medicine imported.
I don't know, maybe it's just the way I see it. Because if we're going to have to wait for someone outside to fix a problem inside, it also means that when you have a problem inside, you have to wait for them to figure it out before you can now come and say, okay, we have a solution. Thank God COVID-19 did what it did and then exposed a lot of things, because one of the questions I kept asking them was, is it that it took COVID-19 to also make us realize many of our labs were just glorified places where you put chemicals? Because it was as if nobody from within came up with an idea. Okay, let's even try this one that we had created from our own labs. It exposed us to, also thank God that it didn't ravage Africa as many people have, because said that our healthcare systems were bad, so it was going to wipe out the entire continent. But it didn't even work, maybe because I used to think then it was maybe kind of food we were eating when heavily, agricultural, clean, and no chemicals in it. That's why it didn't affect us that much. But that's an aside. If this call, which is the right call, by the way,
yes,
shows that it's not this one. I don't know how to call it a deficit. If 70% of Africa, what Africa needs as medicine, 70% as a continent comes from outside, it also shows that we're not even doing so much inside. And then it also shows a pandemic. Health security is like national security. It should have been on a national security list. This should be like the forefront of whatever it is that anybody should be talking about. How can you have 20% of your labs only in a whole country as Nigeria be the ones that are functional to be able to give you things like, how will we even survive it? Because these numbers are ridiculous. I don't even know how. Look, you know what? Let's just live and hope. Because it will take us back to, wait, hang on. What do we really do with the labs that we create and spend so much money on? Is it that we just put it and pay people there, just pay them salary and nothing comes out of it? Because now they're saying local production, they want more private investors and to partner with public. Excuse you, what have we been doing since? This is 65 years of we trying and we're doing, no, it's fine.
Mokhtar, I mean, what's your thoughts on this? It's quite sad. Do you think they should even declare state of emergency on the healthcare sector? I mean, if 99% of its medical devices, 70% of essential medicine, and all vaccines are imported, I mean, what is left? What are we actually producing in Nigeria?
So there's a policy somersault in that sector, because it's essential. Health is very, very important. Anything that has to do with health has a waiver. Meaning, if you are bringing in anything that has to do with health, you cannot be taxed. You can't pay custom duty.
Duties on it.
Right?
Yes.
Which is, you see that makes sense?
Yeah,
but from the investor side, what is it in need for me as an investor to build a pharmaceutical company or to build a laboratory equipment and all of these things in Nigeria? If China that has economy of scale, meaning if me and China were producing the same thing, China's cost is most likely going to be lower.
Yeah.
So if China is producing something at $1 and I'm producing at $10, you are telling me that Chinese will bring it in and not pay custom duty. Because I will not pay. So what is my incentive to build it? I'll go to China and import too.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. So the only way we can bridge this gap is by giving grants to company to say, if any investor come and you are investing up to this threshold of investment and is verified, Nigeria will meet you with these grants that you can give us no interest, maybe after 20 years, maybe 30 years, give us the money back. So you can say, okay, any investor that has $1 billion to invest in pharmaceutical in Nigeria, come. Nigeria will give you $500 million to join the investment. And this is going to be a grant that you will return after 15, 20 years. Something has to give. And we cannot say, okay, start charging import duty on pharmaceutical products to encourage local producers or local investors. That's going to, you know what that happened? That means you will now go to the pharmacy and buy ordinary paracetamol for maybe 15,000. Because right now, malaria drugs, antibiotics, the prices are crazy in the market. We all know. And that is without the duty. So imagine there's duty on it. Because beyond revenue generation, this duty is meant to protect local industry. But we as a country, we've agreed that no, we cannot touch anything health. That health, it has to be cheap. But this is what we'll get. Everybody will go to importation. So now all the pharmaceutical companies that we have in Nigeria, not all, majority of them, at least from these statistics, they say 99%. It means what they do is just distribution. So you have a company, Mukhtar Pharmaceutical Company, but your job is to just go to China, India, and some of these countries to say, produce this drug and slam my name on it. And so you bring it here and put it on the shelf. Because you see so many drugs now, you see produced by so laboratory in India for so pharmaceutical company in Nigeria. So that's what they do. Nobody is producing here because the policy right now does not support it.
So what can the
government needs to find a way? Yeah, government needs to find a way to find a policy that will help. And that's why I suggested grants to investment of certain level. Government, tax break. These are some of the incentives they can give them. And government needs to put funding in our agro and trado medical sector. We need to put a lot of money into research to help those people too. That is our thing. But it needs to be regulated for world standard to match, science breakthrough. So some of the problem they have is dosage. So they need to do research to help them. In the advanced country, for example, the clinical testing, pharmaceutical clinical testing is $1 billion investment. So every pharmaceutical company, Pfizer's of this world, they have a fund that runs into billions of dollars. What are they doing? They give small clinics to say, okay, we have this drug that can cure cancer. Start testing it on people. And people volunteer. People will go there and say, okay, you can use me. They pay them $2 million, $3 million. And they put you in a clinic. Each clinic, their budgets for each clinic runs into tens of millions of dollars to pay doctors to administer this drug and put those people under observation. So, and these are drugs that will not even hit the market until 20 years. So they have that money going on. So we can do something like that for our local trado medical sector, where there is grants for testing centers to say, okay, you say you can cure back pain. Okay, let's test it. What is the dosage? What is the side effects? So you observe people for 2 years, for 3 years, and then you can come up with proper, because what NAFDAC is doing now, NAFDAC is just checking if it's not toxic. They just check what it is. It's not toxic, and they give you NAFDAC number. NAFDAC is not checking the side effect 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line. Nobody knows. They are not doing that. Because if you take anything to NAFDAC, now you get the number, you get your registration within 3 months. So you cannot tell me there's any clinical research that has gone into that drugs to tell you the side effect in 15, 20 years. And that is why there is spike in people with dialysis problem, kidney problem. It comes with some of these local herbal drugs that with NAFDAC number. That is a very disturbing discourse. So those are some of these. So we have to look at our where we have comparative advantage, which is the trado medicine. So let's bring in clinical trials and standardize it and export to the world and bring in money. But if something is not done and every imported medical equipment and vaccines and pharmaceutical drug passes through custom without duty, nobody is going to cite a factory because it will not make any economic and business sense.
I agree with you.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Talking about research, I think government can partner with all these research institutes, College of Technical, and all that, so that research can be conducted in universities and colleges of techs.
I want to assume that that already happens, right?
Okay.
But the question is, Mukta mentioned something which it's very, very valid. If you have a medical trial, right, and then you say you want to treat back pain in the university, your students and the lecturers and the professors are looking into how to fix one particular problem. If they find it, it shouldn't just hit the market immediately because we want to create our own. You have to take a period to test it.
Yes.
You have people consume these things and then check the side effects. It will not happen immediately.
Yeah.
However, the process to it is capital intensive. Remember, one of the problems we here in Nigeria also have is revenue. We don't have enough money. Because, look,
you keep saying we don't have enough
money. We don't have,
money.
look, that is the truth. Nigeria does not have enough money.
Okay.
I almost spoke.
But our non-oil export is going up, and yet we do not have money.
Where most of our monies come from is from the sale of crude. We all know.
Non-oil export too.
I don't know why it is like that, but it has made us lazy. The bulk of our money comes from crude. Now, once that money comes in, it has to cater to a lot of things. Even if money is allocated to medical research, it is not enough because more of it has gone to other places. Unless you want to say, let's shut down this money, the only money that comes from here goes to here. And you know that is not possible. That's not how the economy would run. That's not how the sector itself will grow. If you put it like that and say you can let them partner and then they get grants, there's still that law which allows you to import for almost free. What does the schools are doing?
Yes, there's still that law. But also remember that we are doing Nigeria first. So, and for us to be able to achieve Nigeria first in procurement of other things, we need to start producing it here.
So, short, that's what I'm saying. It was the same thing Obasanjo said, how when he asked Aliko Dangote why we still imported cement.
Yes.
And he said, because it's cheaper. If you start now to say, okay, let us do Nigeria first, and you're focusing there, so long as there's still somebody somewhere, unless you want to say, okay, let's just shut that part, close it completely, and then focus inwards. Do you know the implication of that?
Yes.
You can already tell the implication of that. When Mukta was saying, so if we put a tax on it as a way, so that, okay, we don't completely shut it down, during that period of trial, which is not 2 days, which is not 2 years sometimes, before the locally made one will come outside, you know how much you now have to pay for the drugs that need to come in. Look, sometimes sit down from a point of, oh, I am the government and I have to think about how to fix a problem. When you see the dilemma that you are faced, the way you will face it, you would sit back and then be there saying, you know what, no, I know why this thing is like this. We have gone to the point where, how were we allowing this? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying, how are we allowing things to come in for free and then you want to grow an economy from within? It is cheaper. How did Obasanjo do it for Dangote? All he does was, okay, you know what? I will give you the license. I'll give you whatever it is. Go there and do what you have to do. And then that was how Dangote got to where he was and became a major player. The likes of Ibeto and Bua now came on stream as well. We can do it, but it is not instantaneous. We'll have to pay the price. We'll have to pay the price. If you want to, even if you bring that to refinery, if you want to do your own local refinery, importation will probably need to reduce so that somebody can focus inside.
All right. So let's quickly take one more story. Global companies are accelerating job cuts as economic uncertainty grows and AI-driven automation reshapes the workforce. Major firms, including Amazon, Nestle, and UPS, are tightening spending and reducing staff amid weakening consumer confidence. Reuters report that American companies announced over 25,000 job cuts this month alone, excluding UPS 48,000 cuts announced earlier in 2025. In Europe, job reduction exceed 20,000, largely driven by Nestle's recent decision to cut 16,000 roles. The wave of layoffs reflects broader challenges as businesses adapt to evolving market conditions and increased reliance on technology, signaling continued shift in global employment trends. Let me start with Mukhtar. Mukhtar, in less than a minute, what is the future? Yes, AI is making things better, but AI, they say, is taking people's jobs. Now, look at the numbers abroad. It's big giants like Amazon, Nestle, they're making a whole lot of cuts, to adapt to new market trends. How would this affect Africa?
Africa, we still have, Africa, we are strategically placed. In our disadvantage, there's an advantage there.
Okay.
What do I mean? We are in a place where we can see the future in real time, right? So it means that we are developing to become a first country, and they are first countries already. So you and I know that everything that is happening in America now is going to be Nigeria in the next 30, 50, 60 years, depending on the pace that we go in our development.
Yeah.
So it can help us properly prepare for what is coming. So as a citizen, I am seeing it. I am an accountant by training. That's what I did in university. Today, even locally, most of the accounting job is now taken by accounting apps.
Software.
So all the small stores now, their bookkeeping is not done by people like me that went to school to study that. It's done by an app. So you just buy your goods, you type it in, and as you are selling and you are scanning, it's removing. So you don't need an auditor, you don't need an accountant. So at every time, even if the owner of the business is in China, you can go on the accounting package and click it. You will see his remaining stock in one view, in one click. You can. So why does he need to pay an auditor and accountant? But before, in Lagos, I work with some of these chain stores that have multiple stores to do their bookkeeping every week, to do their bank reconciliation. But people like me is no longer needed because an accounting package will do it and more accurately in real time. So what am I saying? The government, the people, everybody can see in real time where the world is going. So when you are going to school to study, don't just be excited about your admission. Ask yourself that this thing that I want to study, is it going to be relevant in the next 50 years? Is it going to be relevant in the next 30 years? And we can start adjusting. And it goes into our investment too. So we can know what we are putting our money into. So now we can start investing stock in these AI companies because we already know that's the future. For example, before pandemic, there was Zoom, the company that I'm currently speaking to you through. Only a few people bought stock in Zoom. But guess what? After the pandemic, the stock of Zoom went up to about astronomically, I've forgotten the percentage, maybe like 500%. So people make crazy money because they can imagine what the future is. So we are properly placed. A lot of the genius ideas that we see around us is not genius idea. Somebody simply go to the advanced country and see that this is working and it's okay. It will work in Nigeria too. So it's not something that. So we are strategically placed. So if we can use it to our advantage, so we can see, because now even all the stores, all the major stores that have 500 workers, there's going to be problem. Already in restaurants, you can buy food with a tab and it's going to come out. Now, if you go to...
Mokhtar, I mean, we have run out of time. I wish we could buy more time, but we have really run out of time. And we need to really get out of here. But thank you very much. The conversation still continues tomorrow. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you for joining us on SOUQ Business Landscape.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, sir.
You too. And that wraps it up for this week today's edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, where we track forces shaping the market, policy, and innovation across Nigeria and beyond, from fiscal reforms to power transitions and to global investment shifts. One thing is clear: the business of today is defining tomorrow's economy. Join us tomorrow again for another edition of SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I'm Emmanuel Amolo. Stay tuned. We'll bring you more programs.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
When most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we realize is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot stand at attention and start well. For crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer, most of the time you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers, is that not true? I'm on the same page. So essentially, the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? Can someone attempt? Or do I just go ahead? And do what they want? Which one would you prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. There are that complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption aptly refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, or proxy, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain or for others is corruption. So, the point I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization, economic and financial crime.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The Commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's Constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
As able to address some areas of concerns and also improve our knowledge on things that we actually don't take cognizance of. More importantly, in some situations, the officers or the executive or the head may not necessarily committed any offense. But from your statement today, I would deduct that keeping good record is also as important as not being corrupt. ICPC or EFCC, we know the day when we are getting transaction. There's the document we are going to send to them. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. Hope this will also improve our practice. So thank you. Your statement today has contributed a lot. And we no longer fear ICPC. ICPC is our friend. And I will show you, we'll keep the channel open.
Speaking with SOUQ News TV, the commissioner reiterated the need for ongoing partnership across key sectors to foster greater understanding of the commission's work and improve public trust. He expressed optimism that in a few years, ICPC would achieve significant milestones in building a more accountable nation.
It's a tradition in ICPC for us to go to strategic stakeholders. We go to the place to tell them what to preach the anti-graft crusade. So at the end of the day, we have a better nation. Because on the stand of insight, it's been discovered that Nigerians, the citizens, have suffered. There's a lot of apartheid indifference about the anti-graft crusade. So it's this constant effort by the ICPC to now begin to, make people get a buy-in for that to be part of the whole crusade. We go everywhere, especially government, that's the MDAs, so that we can galvanize support, so that we can educate the people on the ills of corruption. We're not there yet, but with the present board, the end is very near.
At the end of the session, the ICPC handed essential materials, including the ICPC Act, a handbook of frequently asked questions, and a guide on the consequences of unethical behavior to the director. A symbolic award was also presented as a sign of the ongoing cooperation. This visit forms part of ICPC's broader strategy to build institutional integrity and promote responsible service delivery across the public sector. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent, strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, There's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout memories, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side did not suffer. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. it's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phoned to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Corps. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of... And I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for... what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. It should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. 3 billion. Almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Senatorial District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPHC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPHC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LNG. I mean, the LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos, as they are now, don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. the amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. it will look. In the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there's no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods plc. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods plc and BUA Cement plc companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell, big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, where are you going to be saying? So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, per one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a chance play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. Conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe. of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV. When most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we mean as is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot stand at attention and stand well. For crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer, most of the time you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers, they are not true. I'm on the same page. So essentially, the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? Can someone attempt? Or the right go ahead? And what they want, which one we prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. There are that complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption aptly refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, or proxy, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain and for others is corruption. So the point I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization, economic and financial crime.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I'm Moyosore Adibi. Now let's begin. Liquefied petroleum gas. Nigeria targets 6 million tons LPG supply as marketers predict price drop. Nigeria's liquefied petroleum gas marketers have announced plans to increase the nation's annual LPG supply to 6 million metric tons in the coming years. The outgoing president of the Nigerian Association of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers, Oladapo Olatubosun, revealed this at the association's 38th annual general meeting in Abuja. Olatubosun said domestic LPG consumption had grown from about 900,000 metric tons 4 years ago to more than 2 million tons in 2024. He attributed the rise to increased private investment and government collaboration under the Decade of Gas initiative. He noted that higher local production from new projects, including the Dangote refinery, would ease supply pressures and bring down cooking gas prices nationwide. In tax compliance reforms, FIRS, Judiciary, strengthen collaboration on emerging tax laws. The Federal Inland Revenue Service has reaffirmed its commitment to deepening collaboration with the Nigerian judiciary to ensure fair and consistent interpretation of emerging tax laws. During a capacity-building workshop for justices of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Federal High Court judges, FIRS Executive Chairman SOUQ Adedeji praised the judiciary for its sound rulings, describing them as vital to maintaining stability and fairness in the nation's fiscal system. Adedeji noted that recent amendments to key tax laws and fiscal policies have reshaped Nigeria's tax landscape, calling for closer coordination between the judiciary and tax administrators. He emphasized that consistent judicial decisions not only uphold taxpayers' rights, but also strengthen voluntary compliance, attract investments, and promote economic growth. He further highlighted the growing challenges posed by the digital economy and cross-border transactions, stressing the importance of continuous judicial education. Adedeji expressed confidence that the workshop would improve the quality of tax-related rulings and foster a more transparent, equitable, and globally competitive tax system for Nigeria. Investment Summit, Turkish investors target Abia's agriculture and textile sectors. The Abia state government has announced that Turkish investors have shown strong interest in agriculture, textiles, furniture, manufacturing, and renewable energy ahead of the upcoming Abia Turkey Investment Summit and Product Exhibition. The special advisor to the governor on investment promotion and public-private partnership, Jerome Green Amakwe, disclosed that at a press conference in Lagos, adding that no fewer than 40 investors from Turkey have participated in the event scheduled for late November in Umuahia. Green Amakwe said the initiative, themed Bridging Continents, Unlocking Prosperity, aims to boost trade relations and attract multi-million-dollar investments into Abia's key sectors. He noted that the summit will also encourage business-to-business meetings, linking international investors with local enterprises to drive industrial growth and economic diversification. Commissioner for Trade and Commerce, Dr. Salome Obiuku, reaffirmed Governor Alex Oti's commitment to positioning Abia as a top investment destination. She stated that the summit represents a major step toward reviving dormant industries, promoting technology transfer, and creating sustainable economic opportunities for the people of Abia State. Semiconductor industry. Malaysia strengthens position in U.S. cheap tariff talks. Malaysia's strengthened ties with the United States have placed it in a better position to negotiate potential semiconductor tariffs, according to Investment, Trade and Industry Minister Zafrul Aziz. The minister told Parliament that the upgraded relationship has elevated Malaysia into a select group of Washington's key partners. Under the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Framework, the Southeast African nation now enjoys improved access to high-tech investment opportunities, technology transfers, and a more secure supply chain network. Zafrul emphasized that this partnership enhances Malaysia's role in the global semiconductor industry and helps mitigate potential risk from trade policy shifts. He added that Malaysia's growing strategic importance positions it as a bridge between Western technology leaders and Asian manufacturing hubs. Analysts believe that the strengthened bilateral ties could help Malaysia safeguard its semiconductor exports while attracting new investment in chip assembly and testing facilities. Energy market. European gas prices rise and supply disruptions. European national gas futures edged higher on Wednesday as traders weighed supply risk against the potential for rising demand driven by colder weather. The modest increase followed a slight uptick in the previous session, reflecting continued uncertainty about the region's fragile energy balance. Benchmark contracts gained nearly 1%, trading close to 32 euros per megawatt per hour. Prices have remained in a tight range since early October, as comfortable storage levels and steady imports have kept markets relatively calm despite geopolitical tensions and seasonal demand forecasts. Analysts noted that while Europe currently enjoys sufficient reserves, any disruption to gas flows or an early onset of winter could swiftly tighten the market. They added that traders are closely monitoring weather projections and potential supply bottlenecks to gauge price direction in the weeks ahead. That's a wrap on the news. Please do well to follow us on all social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Please stay with us.
The journey of exploring Africa's uniqueness and spotlighting the continent's powerful stories and promises remains in our heart. And today we unfold one of that story.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Obuoshigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and ageless customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So,
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, your window to the continent's business, economy, and development stories. You know, here we spotlight opportunities, we break down trends, and tell the African business stories differently. I am Omevi Idolo, and I have Emmanuel Amulu with me in the studio.
Hello, baby. Very, very interesting conversation we're going to have today with the veterinarian, and I'm looking forward to it because I asked many questions to ask her. I stumbled on one of our conversations she was having on social media, and I said, no, I need to bring this lady here because one of it is how we take care of our pets.
Yes.
Essentially, we're going to have that conversation today.
Yeah, you know, our conversation today is about the future of pet care and animal protection in Africa. And you know, now most people think pet care is just about feeding dogs or cats. But it's actually becoming a serious business.
Oh, yes. I like the fact that a lot more people want to own pets, different kinds of pets, and many of them just want to own it because I think I like having it, but they don't know the implication of having each of these different types. I mean, once upon a time, nobody would want to have snakes as pets. These days, people have different variants of pets in the house.
Pets in Africa?
Yeah. Someone saw lion in one of the estates in this thing. Somebody had lion as a pet. It's fun to have these things, but people don't even know how to care for them.
True.
Just want to be looking at them as, like, you know, when you buy a doll and then you keep the doll in the house. Dolls don't eat now, but you have to cater for them, not just the feeding part of it, just like you said. So I'm having this conversation with a veterinarian. I think she's going to look at different sides of taking care of these things because they are life as well. Not necessarily human beings, but they have a right to live as well.
A whole lot, and they have the right to be protected as well. You know, many people frown at our brothers from the south or the people from, is it Calabar, is it Akwa Ibom? I don't know. The people from that region, though, that they eat dog. But these are food, actually. This is one of our native foods. So I don't see anything wrong with it. But some places are not very okay with it.
One man's food is another man's poison. Whatever it is you reject, somebody else eats it.
No, some places feel that it should just, dogs should just be pets and
maybe she will tell us what should classify as pets.
Exactly. So, today's story is the one that connects lifestyle, innovation, and even social responsibilities. I'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, you will meet our guest. She's standing by. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. So today we are discussing the future of pet care and animal protection in Africa. And joining us to unpack this beautiful topic is Dr. Bakari Omolara. Dr. Bakari Omolara is a passionate veterinarian and digital advocate. She combines professional expertise with online education to change how people think about animal welfare. Her voice represents a new generation of veterinarians using social media to bridge knowledge gaps and encourage responsible pet ownership. You see that? Very strong voice. Okay, hello, Dr. Omolara. Are you there? Hello, Dr. Omolara.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Okay, so let's start very simple here. What inspired you to become not just a veterinarian, but also a digital advocate for animal welfare?
I'll say my passion for veterinary care started from empathy, saying that animals cannot talk. So I felt a need to be able to be their voice. That was my first. That was what prompted me to love veterinary medicine, and the fact that I can provide care to animals that many times they have no one to care for them, and they can really not tell you what is wrong. So that was my motivating factor. I wanted to be a Superman, being able to tell their problems even when they cannot talk. So that was what prompted me to study veterinary medicine. And I remember there was a time my mom lost some poultry birds, and I kept wondering, why did these birds die? So I told myself that someday in the future, I'm going to find out what killed those birds, and I'll come back and tell my mom that I know why these birds died. So it was more reason I loved veterinary medicine. And another reason I started digital advocacy for veterinary medicine is I found out there is a gap between those that need veterinary care and veterinary professionals. So I want to bridge that gap along with others. But I saw that we do not have so many people in that space, and I choose to fill that vacuum as much as I can.
Wow.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. But in many African homes, pets are loved, but not always understood, just as you rightly said. So from your experience, what are some of the biggest misconceptions people have about pet care on the continent?
Okay, one of it is that pets are just animals, like they can live and die anytime. And I feel pets are more than just animals. They are a part of us. They are part of nature. They are one of the balances in the ecosystem. So another major misconception about people with pets are you can always kill them. They are food, and not all animals are food animals.
Yeah.
We have pets, we have food animals. For example, dogs. Dogs should not be classified as food animals. They are pets. But in this part of Africa, dog is food to some people, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
Dr. Lara, so I had to just jump in here because I was just laughing the minute moment you said it. Okay, but I know there are so many things you've observed in your experience as being a vet person, right? Now you mentioned dogs. Growing up, I mean, in schools, what they used to teach us is domestic animals and wild animals. But right now, it's as if they've closed the gap. We now have wild animals as domesticated animals in the house. So I think that's where confusion is. But give us some of the experiences that you've had as regards people's pets.
Sorry, as regards what?
Pets. For how people to take care of their pets. Some have wild animals now as pets.
We do not have that kind of drama in Africa so much. There are some animals that they are wild animals and should be in the wild. And there are some animals that are termed domestic animals. So there has been quite a number of influx of wild animals into... I just believe there are some animals that cannot be domesticated. But in the Western countries, we still have so many people trying to, domesticate some animals. I don't think, to me, some animals should be in the wild, while some should be domesticated. That gap, there is still a very huge gap, and people are beginning to breach that little gap, and it's causing problems.
So
I don't know best to explain it.
Let's call you Dr. Doolittle, because I mean you're talking about having to communicate with pets and then telling you. I hope they speak languages that you understand. But meanwhile, people have challenges managing the even pets that they have in the house. What are the common mistakes that many of them make?
Okay, one of them is humanizing pets. Many people are, of course, they are pets, but they are not humans. And one of the major ways they humanize pets is feeding pets food that are meant for humans. And they tell you, they can also eat them. But no, it doesn't work that way. They are pets. They are GIT, the way they process food, the way they process things is different from humans. Another problem, another mistake people make is, self-medication. They just go to Google, oh, my dog is vomiting. They just go, or they have a neighbor that has a dog, and they just, my dog is vomiting. And that one tells them, the last time my dog vomited, I gave this. The way people self-medicate and abuse drugs, they also do the same with their pets. Another major thing people do is, they don't care about vaccinations. They tell you once they are eating, they are fine. There are so many informations out there that when you hear some of them, you're just wow, like, oh, really? What part of the world did you hear this from? And, many pet owners still need to understand that no matter how little your pet is and no matter how knowledgeable you are, you will always need a veterinarian, And I think that's one of the major problems we still face with pet care in Africa, mostly.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Omolara. Now, this is Africa, and we have to accept certain things. There are so many people who really want to bring in pets into their homes. But there is still this African mindset, maybe thanks to some of our movies that have made some pets look like devils. Like they see some animals, cats and all that, when you see them, they are, in fact, it sends wrong signals to some persons. They see these animals as bad luck. When people see cats, they tell you cats are bad luck, especially the black ones. How do we change this mindset?
Really need is information. Education does not end in the classroom. Putting out this information all the time. The more people see these things, the more it begins to sink into their subconscious. There was a way those mindsets, those beliefs got into our system. And one of it is because we keep hearing people say them. Our forefathers say it, our grandparents say it, cats are mysterious, they are devils. We can also change this mindset by giving out the right information. When we have more people in this space giving out the same information, over time, I believe people will adjust to the norms. Those mindsets, it didn't just get there one day. It's from Nollywood, traditional system of doing things. Yeah. So I believe over time, we can change these things. When the government also needs to help in situations like this, because we need more bodies to help disseminate these informations that cats are not bad lots. Okay.
Does the government really care about animals in Nigeria? Do you think the government really care?
That's the problem in Nigeria. In fact, more important things they don't care. Like, we feel things that even has to do with humans, we have to beg them. Even the ones you beg them to do, they do not do. How much more pets? But then we still need them. Now, beyond the government, we need veterinarians to also stand up, to rise to the challenge, to rise to the occasion. We need non-governmental organizations, animal welfare groups as well, to be a voice for animals, be a voice to change what we see as the norms. We need all hands on deck. Yeah. We need teachers, and many of these educations, we can start from the grassroots, start from schools, start from the home, from the family. Let parents teach their children that, okay, this is the right thing. Cats are not devils. They are not demons. Then, when they keep hearing these things from home, in schools, we just need everybody to pass this information around.
Dr. Lara, I'm so sorry. I have to drag this. I will drag you in this one because you started this thing on Twitter, and I said no. When I have this interview with you, I was going to ask you this question. Speaking of the kind of food that we give our pets, and I'm going to be specifically dogs, right? Many of us are used to, maybe from the movies that we've watched or interactions that we've seen from cartoons and everything, that dogs love bones. You came on Twitter and then you told us not to feed our dogs bones. We're going to have that conversation now. Please explain.
Okay. I think I said it in that same post on Twitter that the beginning of this problem was that wrong adage that the patient's dog eats the patient's dog. I think that was
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because the general belief is that bone contains calcium, which is correct, but not given in the form with which we give bones. We compound, like for animal feed, we had bone meals. They dry bones, there is a way the bone is processed and it is added to feed, meaning you can get the calcium from that bone in the feed. The problem in Africa is that we believe you have to give that bone directly to your dogs for them to get the calcium. Now, there are so many risks involved with giving bones. Let's start from choking. I've seen so many cases of dogs choking from bone ingestion, like when they eat bones. Their throats, their esophagus is tiny. And, when they want to swallow these bones, it can just stay there and they're unable to take it out and it cannot go further. And in cases like that, they can choke, it can perforate their GIT, and it will lead to an emergency. So it's just it's a drama we can avoid. And in this part of the country, we really cannot afford that emergency care to care for a bone. To care for a dog that's eating bones. So the problem is how we give the bones. If the bone is properly processed, like into the powdery form, and another problem we have is the calcium is not actually from chewing bone. I mean, do you eat bones all the time? Are you not fine? I don't know if you understand me. So you really don't need to eat that raw bone to get the calcium. Another problem in Africa is we give raw bones without cooking, without doing anything. They'll tell you they are wild animals. Raw bones can contain microorganisms like salmonella, like Escherichia coli, especially with the way we process meat in Nigeria. Have you been to abattoirs? Have you seen the way they process cows? All of these things, they pass them through the floor. Like they're on the floor. So many organisms can, just rest on them. And we just carry the same bones like that with all the baggages and, we feed our dogs. So sometimes we introduce infections, which we can do without.
Now, talking about these infections, right? And I mean, pets have to now live with most of us in our houses. How do we prevent human or animal to human transmission of some of these things? Because I saw a video, I know you commented on it as well, where they were padding a baby in the fecal matter of an animal. And I don't know what the ritual that was, but you commented on it and you were giving an analysis. Please explain. Please explain.
Okay, and so there's what we call zoonotic diseases, which are diseases you can transmit from humans to animals or from animals to humans,
Okay.
So as pet owners, we are at risk of contacting infections and diseases from our animals. Okay, let me first start from that baby they put inside that ruminal content. Now, the rumen contains normal microorganisms that are microflora in the rumen, meaning they are organisms that they do not cause harm to the animals, but they are just in the rumen. They help in fermenting food, in processing the foods. But when these microorganisms escape from the rumen, when they get outside or when humans come in contact with them, they become pathogenic, meaning they can cause diseases to humans because we are not their natural host, and that is not where they are meant to be. So which was why I commented on that baby's picture that they are exposing that baby to lots of organisms, which normally might not kill the animal that was harboring it. Yeah. But once it gets into humans, it becomes a problem. They become pathogenic.
Okay.
So as pet owners, one of the things we can do is every time you come in contact with your animals, make sure you wash your hands. And we advise that for people that have little children, medicine tells us that their immune system is lower, so they are more prone to infections, meaning infections you as an adult can come in contact with and your immune system can fight it. These children's immune system might not be able to. So we advise that for every contact you have with your animals, whether as an adult, whether as a child, make sure you wash your hands properly, you have sanitizers, and you make sure that your dogs too, you bathe them regularly. And there are some infections that they void through their feces. And let's say you're the one who cleans everywhere. Make sure when you are done cleaning, you wash your hands properly with soap and water. You practice proper hygiene when dealing with pets.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Molara. We really appreciate your insights so far. Now, we'll be talking about the pets that lives with us at home, how we take care of them, how we should treat them when they're sick, and how to keep a very good hygiene. Now, let's go out. I've seen stray pets, stray animals on the streets of Lagos. In other places, I have seen that there are people who go out looking for stray dogs, stray cats, and they bring them home for them to be well taken care of. The ones here, are there homes? Are there people who go out looking for stray cats, stray pets, to give them a home? And I have also seen people going to those kind of homes to adopt those stray pets. Do we have that kind of system in Nigeria, in Africa generally?
I think some people do that. Well, it's not just very common. When I was working in Lagos, I've seen like 2 to 3 people do that. They pick dogs from the streets and they bring them to the clinic and they tell you they want to adopt them. They don't know the owner, a couple of them. But it's very scarce in Africa because we do not have animal shelters. In developed countries, they have systems like this where the government picks up stray dogs and they keep them in a shelter home, like they keep them there, and people who need them go to those places to adopt them. But in this kind of system where the government is not ready to help us, I believe it's up to us. There are people who do it, but they are just very few. They are like 1% of the population. And I think another major reason why we don't have people doing this so often is the cost. Everybody's trying to survive in Africa, especially Nigeria. So many people, they feel like, if I pick a dog now and I cannot feed the dog properly and I don't have money to take care of them, I think that's one of the major factors people are running away. But if you have a system whereby, I just feel we need help. We need governments, we need non-governmental organizations to set up shelter houses, shelter homes for stray animals like that, where people can always go. But we don't really have so much. That's the problem. And another problem is in Africa, people believe, if I should also carry one dog now, what if the dog has some kind of spirit? I just believe it's based on our belief system, which was why I said earlier that we need to educate people more on pet care. We need more people to advocate for pet care and why we can pick these dogs from the streets and, just bring them into our homes. We just need to help people see reasons why they should do it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Omolara. I will take you back to something you said earlier on when you were talking about cultural values or traditions, where some people eat dogs, for example. Now, you cannot take that, when it comes to culture, when it comes to traditions, it is especially when it is not a harmful one, it is very difficult to take it away from people's lifestyle. So you're saying now that we as Africans, Nigerians, that believe that, yes, dog is a meat, is food. How do you convince those kind of people, or how do you go on changing the mindset of people who have lived with that for centuries, donkey years, that this meat, delicious meat, I shouldn't eat it anymore? All of a sudden, that meat has to go away. How do you convince people to stop that? Because we are trying to ensure that we do not throw away our cultural values, and at the same time, we're trying to see how animals, domestic animals that live with us, how they can be protected. How do we ensure that these two are done properly without anyone feeling left out?
I think the number one way to do that is education. We are not trying to rob people of their culture. We are not trying to to abolish all these cultures. But in the real sense, cultures like this needs to be abolished. The more we begin to see pets as family,
like the values of eating dog, which is a good protein for the body, should be abolished?
Yes. Yes.
I like their very action.
Pets as families.
Okay.
Yes, capital yes. It should be abolished, totally abolished. Because you see have you seen stories of dogs, of pets, where their owners die and they give all their properties, their will, they give it to their animals. And it's because they see these animals as family. The more we begin to see pets as family, the less we feel inclined to eat them. You won't eat a child. So when we begin to see, the more we begin to see them as a part of our society, the more we begin to see them as a part of us, the less we are inclined to eat them. There are other meats. There are other sources of protein. There is cow meat. There is pork. Why dog meat? I mean, if there were no dogs.
But anyway, but Dr. Lara, I was not going to come down. I mean, since we're talking pet care, I want us to be particular about it, because sometimes we might see signs in our dogs and we'll probably even know that it's a problem, and we'll just think maybe the dog is healthy.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it just fall into particular ailments and we don't know how to go about it. For example, you were talking about the kind of vaccinations or different kind of vaccinations a dog should have, or a certain pet needs to have at certain ages. Please explain some of them, because you're talking about one that had the dogs removing kata from their nose and something like that, so that you don't know the ones kids or adults can transmit from your pet. Explain some of these elements that they might have and necessary vaccination they should have.
Okay, the most common one we have is DHLPP. The most common disease we've seen in Africa, in Nigeria, is parvo. Have you heard of parvovirus?
No.
It's like one of the most common disease in Africa. So for parvovirus, it is expected you give a vaccine, which is a multivalent vaccine. The vaccine contains distemper virus, hepatitis, leptospirosis, parvovirus, and parainfluenza. Now, this disease, once you can give those vaccines, ideally you are expected to give 3 shots of the DHLPP vaccine. And it is expected that once you've given the 3rd shot, your dog is immune for the next 1 year. So you repeat that vaccine after 1 year. Another very important one is the rabies vaccine, because rabies is a zoonotic disease. And once there is clinical manifestation in humans, it is fatal. That means that person will most likely die. So rabies vaccine is also a very important vaccine we should give and we are expected to give. Other diseases that can be transmitted from humans to dogs, we have the likes of the leptospirosis, and many times, we can still overlook them if it's just pets that are dying from these vaccines. But when they begin to infect humans, it can also lead to death. So the really most common vaccines we give in Nigeria, in Africa generally, is the DHLPP vaccine and the rabies vaccine. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, you have. But I'm still more concerned because the truth is, so what happens when you don't give a dog this necessary vaccine? Because the common one we have here in Nigeria is what we call a cookie. I'm trying to find the name for it, but we know it's as those ones we just see on the streets, and they live longer. Many of them don't even have to take any of this vaccination.
Is they are called the Nigerian local dogs, and the truth is they are very hardy. They are our indigenous breeds of dogs. Truth is, it's not like they were also brought from the Western countries, but they've been here for a very long time, and they've adapted to the system and the environment. So they really come down with some diseases. Their immune system, in the real sense, when they are here, is stronger than the foreign breeds of dogs. But we should also still vaccinate them. The fact that we now have influx of many foreign dogs, it also predisposes them to some diseases that naturally they might not. That naturally they might not have. Exactly.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Omolara. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, the conversation continues with Dr. Omolara. Stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do it to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. And we're still talking about the future of pets and their protection. And we're having this robust topic with Dr. Omolara. Hello, Dr. Omolara, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, welcome back to the show. So I want to ask, are there laws that actually protect the rights of animals, domestic animals, pets in Nigeria? And if there are laws, are those laws really doing so well in protecting these animals?
Yes, there are the animal dog laws. There are there are quite a number of laws not just in Africa, even in Nigeria. And it even goes beyond just the nation. There are state laws. There are state dog laws that it differs from state to state. But there are general laws that, that combines everything that has to do with dogs. There are animal welfare acts. There are dog laws of each state and of the federation as a whole. But the problem we have is not just the legislation, it's not just the laws, it is proper implementation. It's not just to, have these laws written out. Do people really get penalties when they flaunt the laws? That's the major problem we have. So there are laws that guide dogs. I posted it on my Twitter platform, I think last week or thereabouts, where I talked about, as a dog owner, you are expected to register your dog. But how many dog owners in this country are even registered? As a dog breeder, you should be registered. If your dog should bite someone, there are fines you should pay. You should pay for the medical expense of the person that was bitten. You should, if your dog is not vaccinated, that dog must be vaccinated or killed. If the dog is suspected to be rabid, there are laws that says the government can take that dog from you and kill and slaughter in your presence. In this same nation, there are laws that protect, and this goes beyond just pets, animals. It goes beyond just dogs. You know, do you know that in this country, have you seen where they transport animals to be slaughtered, like cows, pigs? Do you see how they pack them in those trucks? You see like 50 to 70 of them in just one truck. There are laws that protect those animals. But the problem is not having, we have those laws. It is written in the Nigerian constitution or the law, whatever law book they use. Yeah. But the problem is there is no proper implementation of these laws. There are no bodies that are doing follow-up. The Veterinary Council of Nigeria, I believe they are trying, but I believe it's also their duty to make sure these laws are enforced and people really follow them. So in the real sense, there are laws guiding animal care, there are laws guiding pet care and animal welfare. But many people do not even know, many people are not aware. We need more awareness and sensitization for people to really know the law that guides what they are doing. So I believe it's just people in the profession that knows that truly laws exist. Many people in the public don't even know.
Exactly.
Everybody's just doing, you like dog, you buy, you keep, you feed, they die, you buy another one. You know, that's just the system we've been following, because there are really laws in Nigeria.
Dr. Lara, thank you very much. I know your veterinary skill is quite helpful. We also know that many of you, your specialty are not so many in Nigeria, because it's difficult for some people to even find a vet in their community. Yeah. So how do you advise, people in that kind of situation where vet clinics or veterinarians are not so close? How do they manage pet care?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question well.
So in places where veterinarians or veterinary clinics are not so close or not so near, how do you advise people who want to own pets? How can they manage it?
In many states in Nigeria, we have state veterinary hospitals. So, and I believe they're one of the cheapest in the environment. So for people who live in places where you do not have plenty veterinary clinics, I'm sure if they look around well enough, there is a state veterinary clinic close to them. But I've come to believe that you only find what you're looking for. If people are really looking for these things for veterinarians, I believe we have enough veterinarians in the country to go around.
Really?
But many people are, yes.
Okay.
With the amount of doctors that are jackbarring from Africa,
no, because if humans don't have enough doctors, how come we have enough veterinarians to go around?
Get it?
Veterinarians are not jackbarring as much as the human medics. Okay. I believe so. They are not jackbarring as much as.
If you were to give an estimate, right? Because I mean, in urban centers, perhaps you might find veterinary clinics or veterinarians around you. But in rural areas, because they also have pets, right? And they are the ones who are more exposed to wilder animals, who vets and can take care of. I know even the distance to get to the clinic you're talking about, even if it's a state-owned one, are so far. But why I was asking that question is, what can we do in the interim when there is no doctor?
Well, the world has gone global. I believe we can use social media to know, but then you cannot give diagnosis, for instance, online. It's very wrong. Okay. But there are extension services in almost every state. I know about the Southwest. I don't know about others, but I know in the Southwest there are extension outlets. There are state veterinary centers. It might not necessarily be an hospital. but there is always a designated space. Not just, and it might not just be one in a state. I've seen like about 5 or 6 local governments that have designated veterinary centers. Okay. But people don't visit these places. I'm telling you that I believe rural areas, they have more access to cheap to affordable veterinary services compared to people in the urban centers. But they don't find these places. There are places like that. Maybe the government needs to just create more awareness that we have centers, we have veterinary outlets for mini livestock, especially livestock farmers. They are the ones that keep pets the most. When you see someone that has a couple of cows, they most likely have dogs that are helping them guard their cows.
Yes.
But the sad thing is, these farmers or these people, they're always looking for the quacks. They want the quacks to, because the quacks will charge lesser. They can charge them 50 naira per cow, per dog, 500 naira. So the problem is not that they do not have these veterinary services. The problem is they do not want to access it. They would rather visit quacks.
Okay, I also noticed there's a common challenge pets have. I mean, that's why I know you said you don't give medical advice online or as it were, but I'm saying some of these things are like first aid. Many of us will want to do. When you notice that your pet does not, for example, eat or exhibit activeness or alertness, what could be the sign? What could be the cause? Some of them, I know you may not.
When your pet does not work.
It's not active. It does not eat.
Okay.
It does not eat, for example, it's not less active. It's just docile, or it's not acting the way a normal pet will do. I'm talking pet now. And I'm speaking generally. It could be a cat. It could be a dog. It could be a poultry. What are likely signs or causes that might lead to that?
Okay. The first thing is, before you even begin to think of drugs, the first question you should ask yourself is, what has changed? What did I change recently? Did the pattern of feeding change? Did you change the food you give? Or did you change, the person that feeds? You first need to check your environment. Okay, what am I doing differently? And if there is nothing you've done differently, let's say in the past 24 hours or 12 hours, then you can begin to look at, okay, what type of food am I giving? Is this the right food for this particular age? And if you see that your dog is inactive for at least 24 hours, it is expected you reach out to a veterinarian. And one of the questions, the first thing they ask you is food. Because many times, majority of the problem stems from food. Are you giving the right food? Are you giving the right proportion of food? Yeah. Are you giving at the right time? Or did you change your routine? See, dogs are very intelligent animals that if you were feeding them 9 a.m. before and you switch to 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., they might not eat the food. Okay. Sudden changes in their pattern can affect the activity. Now, if you can rule all of that out, then we can begin to look at, okay, what could be wrong? Is your dog vaccinated? Is it due for another vaccine? Has your dog been dewormed in recent time? Because ideally, for puppies, you should deworm at least every month until they are a year old. Now, for adult dogs, you should deworm at least every 3 months. So if a dog just suddenly stops eating, one of the first things you want to look at is the food. Then after that, you check your deworming record. Is the deworming up to date? Because sometimes when there is a high worm load, your dogs it comes with inappetence. Then if you can rule all of that out, then you might need to visit your veterinarian. So which is why I said we don't give diagnosis online, because you might just say, it's worms, and it's actually not worms until you see the animal and you examine, and you can then tell what the next. But we do not advise pet owners to self-medicate. It is not even advisable to tell them, use this over the phone, or the best thing is to find a veterinarian or someone in the veterinary field that can.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Molara. So just before we let you go, we need you to talk about the business aspect of pet care. Many people don't really want to go into it. They feel that it may not be that lucrative. But with the way everyone wants to own a pet right now, with the way every home right now, they want to have either a dog, a cat, or one animal, or domestic animal anyways, before Emmanuel will tell me snake. So how do you see the market, the business? Is it really something you would encourage young people to venture into?
Yes. We are not where we should be, but I believe we are getting there. I believe the pet business, it's a booming market. It has so much prospect, and I believe it can always get better. So we need more people to go into pet care, grooming, pet boarding. I believe it's a good market. It's a thriving economy for someone that is just starting up, or even if you have made already. I believe it's good business.
Okay.
Nowadays, people now keep pets. People now see pets as family, especially in urban centers, in cities like Lagos, Port Harcourt, Nairobi, Accra. Many people are now seeing the need to care for their pets. I think it's a good place to start. I think it's a business that you won't regret doing.
Okay.
And it should not just be limited to pet food and pet treats. We can include pet accessories. We need more pet grooming centers. Not all veterinary hospitals offer these services. So we need more people to go into the business so that once they leave the hospitals, we can always recommend a grooming center for them. We need more pet boarding facilities because we have people that travel and they need where to keep their pets until they are back. It's also a business anybody can venture into. Just get a good space, get good bedding materials, and you get money, you get paid per day. It's a very good business. It's a very good economy.
Okay, so we need you to just give your final word to someone out there, someone who is passionate about pets, but they're scared of having one. You, as a doctor, what's a word of encouragement do you have for someone who wants to go into the business, who wants to own a pet, who want to really take care of the one they have at home?
Well, I would say pet is family. Pets are family, especially dogs and cats. And it's one of the ways to, I believe it's one of the ways to give back to nature, to, just having something or someone to tend to, having an animal to tend to. Research has shown that keeping pets increases life expectancy. It's, having yes, yes. Research has shown that people who keep pets tend to live longer.
Okay, I'll buy more.
Because thank you for supporting me. So keeping pets is one of the ways to. It just makes life. It gives life more meaning. Having to wake up to. I believe, you knowing that this animal is looking up to me to live a good life, it gives more meaning to your life. So pet care is beautiful. And it's not so expensive. It is not expensive in the real sense.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Molara. We've enjoyed this session with you. Thank you for coming on the show. So Dr. Bakari Molara is a passionate veterinarian and digital advocate. She combines professional expertise with online education to change how people think about animal welfare. Her voice represents a new generation of veterinarians, uses social media to bridge knowledge gaps and encourage responsible pet ownership. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Bakari Molara.
Thank you too. Thank you for having me.
All right. So,
I think the last part is the hallmark of it. I'm sure even I was doing the camera guys, I was like, really? Having the pets is my last part?
Yeah.
I'm going to have more. I started having pets in my house since I was 12, and there's always one in my house. But the thing is, with the economy now, let's be honest, the economy is hitting people as well. I started with a German Shepherd, and then moved to Alsatian, and I kept going down and down. The sizes of the dogs I had to reduce, and then I tried cats at some point. I've tried poultry. So I understand some of the things that she's talking about, but I also understand the fact that many of us don't even have the time to do the care as it ought to be, right? I started registering my dogs. I couldn't write recently, but all those other ones I had before, I just had them in the house. Even the Ekuke brand, she called it the Nigerian breed.
Yeah.
We're all familiar with it. Those dogs live long. So if they are going to be part of you, and then extend your own life. I think everybody should try to have
Yes.
that. And I like the fact that it's not limited to just dogs and cats. People now try parrots, people do goldfish. I mean, anything that can, make you... And there are different reasons why people have cats, pets in the house. Some like just that emotional support that it brings. You want to talk to something and then it hears your pain. I mean, I like that. I like the culture is growing.
Yes, and I love the fact that she talked about the vaccination. And I hope that many people really take that into cognizance. It's very, very important. So just the way you want to keep your own self healthy, you should keep your pet healthy. Yeah. Like you said, let me make reference to you said people keep a pet for different reasons. Yes, I grew up with cats, with grandma in the village, and her reason for keeping cats was to send rats away from the house. So you see people with their different reasons. Okay, so we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be going on the second segment of Just Africa. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City, it has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arcland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Welcome back to the second segment of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Comment, like, share, and of course, we'll read some of your comments on the live show. So, on today in Africa, energy, has changed a whole lot of moment, and there is a defining moment right now. While millions still lack reliable electricity, young engineers and innovators across the continent are stepping forward to shape the transition toward cleaner, smarter, and more inclusive power systems. The conversation is no longer about whether Africa will catch up, but how Africa will lead. So on this second segment, we will be talking about powering Africa through innovation and energy transition with Kemo Lumei. Kemo Lumei is a dynamic Liberian electrical engineer and certified project management professional whose work combines technical excellence, policy innovation, and so many more. And of course, one of the major things about him is that he's into youth empowerment. Kemo Lumei has served as project manager specialist energy structure at USAID Liberia, where he provided leadership on energy reforms, utility performance, and access expansion. His early roles at Liberia Electricity Corporation and Axelometer Liberia deepened his understanding, I meant to say, of how strong infrastructure drives economic progress. Beyond engineering, Kemo also leads Youth United for Development and Intellectualism, a movement empowering young Liberians in education, entrepreneurship, and civic engagement. And most recently, Kemo supported the government of Liberia through the Ministry of Mines and Energy in developing the country's national net metering policy, a landmark step that allows households and businesses to generate their own renewable power and feed excess energy back into the national grid. Hello.
Hello, Lume.
Lume, are you there?
Sorry, my mic was my mic was muted. Okay, I've unmuted. Okay, yeah. So thank you so much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here, and let's discuss Africa future. I don't want to say energy.
Yes, I really want to discuss Africa's future with you.
Yes, yeah. So
okay, so
to unlock prosperity. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Liberia, like many African countries, still faces challenges with stable and affordable electricity. So from your experience, what are the biggest gaps holding back energy access in Africa?
So there are two key issues. One is access to finance, and the second one is capacity. So the capacity come in terms of managing the infrastructure after a project has been developed. So it is two ways. So it's one financial constraint, another one is capacity issue. So that's the two burning constraints that currently our energy sector, especially in Liberia, faces. Yeah.
Okay, so what you did recently is that you helped the government of Liberia develop a national net metering policy. So in simple terms, what does this policy mean for an ordinary or an average Liberian and small businesses?
Okay, so thank you. So the net metering actually it is not it is not a new innovation at all. Okay. So back 2020, at the time I was completing my master studies, I did research work on grid connected solar PV system. So as part of it, that particular system also make use of a computational device that is called net metering. So the net metering measures energy two ways, so bi-directional, so energy in and energy out. So that means energy consumed and energy produced and net off in terms of who owes who. So this policy, what does the policy mean to Liberia? This policy mean a lot, especially during the summer, or in Liberia we call it the dry season, where we're having a lot of sun. And our hydropower plant back home in Liberia is a runoff. So a runoff is quite efficient, or is very efficient, or or it is very productive only during the rainy season, but especially during the summer, you have that kind of low water level that the hydropower plant cannot produce to full capacity to even 50%. Yeah. So the net metering will allow private citizens, companies, to install their solar PV system without considering what they call battery energy storage system. So now with this policy, private individuals or companies can install solar PV system without installing a battery energy storage system. So once you install your system, you engage the national power utility. You tell them, say, I want to produce and consume. Definitely with this framework or with this policy, the national power utility will get you connected to the grid. And so your excess power will not be wasted or will not be stored, but will be used to compensate for the energy deficit, especially during the summer. So that is a big boost to our energy sector. That is a relief from a short-term energy management strategy, but that is not a long term. So it's just like you are taking painkiller till you actually found the right medication for that particular sickness. So that's the same thing now. So that is just a painkiller, especially going into the dry season. So as part of it, even though 2 months ago we did the validation of the policy, but in terms of rolling it out, there are no plans from the private sector. So now we are currently developing a business plan to engage national stakeholders to see how all of us can work together for the implementation of this particular policy, because we just don't want the policy to be done, drafted, approved, and just sit on the shelf and and get dusted up. So we want this policy to actually be implemented to the full. So we are developing a business plan that all of the stakeholders, the donor community, the national government, the youth and student community will also have a buy-in in terms of how we flow business opportunity in this direction.
Oh,
Okay, Lume. So, what is the target of the policy? How many private households do you expect this policy aims to reach? Because it's a fantastic idea if I can generate my own power and then I even have excess and now transfer the excess to the grid, which can now feed to those who cannot even generate. But how many people are you planning to reach with this your policy?
Okay, so okay, as part of the policy planning and the technical part of it, we place in the implementation roadmap what they call a power system study of our national grid. So I so we did not set a particular target, but the number of customer or the number of loading requirement,
Yes.
it is subject to the availability of capacity on distribution feeder. Let's say, for example, now the particular feeder that runs through my community, the national power utility will have to come and do we have to come and do assessment, do a low flow analysis or power system analysis to assess whether or not that distribution feeder has low to take excess power that is generated from prosumers. So it is not about head count, but it is about the loading requirement
Okay.
as per distribution feeder, but not about head count household. But
Okay.
let's say a feeder can take 25 megawatt, right?
Okay.
So currently, if that feeder current peak loading is about 10, so definitely we have in terms of distribution planning, we can go up to 90%. So we are talking about additional 10 more that we, let's say 12, so that will be up to 22, right? So we have about three megawatts allowance for any overcurrent or any protection system acceleration. So it is not about household, but it is about distribution feeder capacity.
Okay, so what kind of energy are we looking at? Because I know the conversation around town now is renewable energy. That's what everybody's talking about now. But in this terms, because we know most African countries still do fossil fuels or still do gas. What's the plan for this your policy that you're using? Is it renewable energy, and how do you want to go about it?
Okay, so the plan is 100% renewable.
100%.
We said, yeah, 100% renewable.
Okay.
And solar, because we know in terms of the initial cost, yeah, like even you can get a solar PV system, but if we're talking about hydro power plant, in terms of the capacity limit per customer, it doesn't make sense for you to invest in hydro, wind, other stuff. But
Yes.
if you can, in terms of constructing, let's say 1 megawatt hydro power plant to get it connected to the grid via net metering, that is fine if financially it is feasible from
Okay.
your standpoint.
Yes.
But the policy clearly state that clean energy, clean renewable energy, nothing like fossil
Nothing
fuel,
else.
diesel, HFO, thermal plant, nothing.
If you were to ask, right? There are several ways to do clean energy, right? There's like the solar, the hydro, and everything. Which one costs more, and how do you recommend which of your topography which would rather have? For example, a place that's windy, would you rather recommend a solar one or a hydro one? What do you look at? What metrics do you check?
Okay, so for Liberia concerning the particular technology, the net metering, it is solar. Nigeria,
Solar,
I'll tell you solar.
In
Yeah,
Nigeria,
Ghana, I will
solar
tell
too.
you solar.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
solar. It is not. Yeah, it is not feasible to go outside of solar financially. Yeah, technically and financially. But if you want to try something and you want to explore, probably you can go ahead. But from all indication, there are serious technical and financial consequences.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Kemo. Now, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful idea that people can generate their own energy and even give to the national, contribute rather to the national grid. Now, the question is, how affordable can those people go as much or as far as they want to? Do they have the money, the fund to generate it and be able to sustain it? So one thing is to generate, another thing is sustainability. How affordable are these renewable energies that you were talking about?
Okay, so one key thing we look at the time we were drafting the policy is tariff, tax on renewable energy and products, right? Like the solar panel, the battery, the inverters. So we placed there that the government should sit with all of the stakeholders to see how best either either to place it at zero or at some or at some considerable level that will encourage household to to take advantage of this particular uh, uh, policy. So we look at tax and we also look at training, right? So it is part of the implementation plan that our technicians, our engineers, they should be trained. So
Okay.
so technically that we are taking we recommended to the government to take the issue of the financial burden of training of technicians and engineers and energy managers and auditors to take that financial burden from institutions that are involved into solar PV system installation. So that's another means to make it attractive and affordable. And also the metering infrastructure. So it is two ways. So you have the grid connection side of it, and you have, let's say you have the AC side of it, you have the DC side of the solar PV system. So the the AC component
Yes.
of that particular system, we recommended to the government that they should cover that cost, which is the mentor, the assessment in terms of preliminary assessment. So if you write the government now the after all of the process, the president signs everything. If you read the government now, see that you have installed your solar PV system and you want to get connected to the grid. We recommended that the government should not charge you administrative costs in terms of application fee, assessment fee. The government engineers or technician will come and assess your facility. So there are a lot of associated financial constraints that we saw in the policy development stage that could hamper the implementation or the fruition of this particular policy that we took away from ordinary citizen. We transfer to the government. The government should handle it in order to encourage a massive installation of PV system, uh, a massive solar PV system to the network. So that's to a certain extent, that's how we went to address the issue of to address the financial burden to attract more people getting involved in this net metering activities.
All right. Thank you very much, Kemolume. Okay, so you are a leader, or you lead Youth United for Development and Intellectualism. I didn't want to miss it, so I have to really quote it the way it is. How did this idea come about, and how far has the impact been in Liberia?
Okay, so we are making impact, yeah. So let me start with how it came about, and I'll go back to the impact. So how it came about is it came about at the time I graduated from my high school. I struggle in terms of career choice, what to study, what not to study. I will tell you initially, I I used to admire bankers in terms of I wanted to become accountant. At the end of the day, graduate, work in a bank.
Okay.
But little by little, I got you know, you know, persuaded away, going to engineering because most of my colleagues, my friends, they were engineers. They managed to encourage me. But yet, they say I appreciate that I was influenced by them. But I I can tell you it was the grace of God that I managed to find myself in this profession that I'm loving. So it is not everybody. It is not everyone that has that grace. It is not everyone that has that has that natural grace of discerning to just find to find yourself where they want to be. So over the time I noticed that young graduates they are seriously confused in terms of where to go, whether they want to do social media, they want to do communication, they love radio, they love radio personality, whether they want to do engineering, they just don't know what to do. So we organize this to provide mentorship, to provide guidance, to provide intellectual activities, to organize intellectual activities, career counseling, civil voting. So in terms of let me start with the let me start with the career stuff. So in terms of career, we have organized several other career seminars where we invite professionals, doctor, nurse, myself, engineers. As I have spoken to several high school students in terms of if you want to become an engineer, these are the things you should look for. You should you do not necessarily have to know math or sciences, but you should enjoy. It is something that you should have pleasure in studying. You should not be, studying math should not be boring for you. Studying the sciences should not be boring for you. You should enjoy it, learning it. If you want to do communication, you should love a lot of reading. You should love a lot of talking. You should be free-minded. Just like that. So we invite, so regularly we invite several other professionals online, offline to come and talk to young students in terms of providing a career guidance. And we also request those speakers to give their numbers or to to open up to students that will love for for them to be mentor. So we have been doing it. We're having several students that will pair with mentors, civil engineers, accountants, doctors, and and they are doing pretty well with the mentorship. And then in terms of voting, so over the years, I think I have, since post-war Liberia, we have had, let's say, two President Salif, one President Weah, and one President Baka. We have had about four general presidential elections, and I noticed that we vote on popularity. We do not take it. For me, I take election as the way a candidate is going for an interview to get a job. So I do
Okay.
not go by, I do not go for popularity. I do not go for noise, but I go for what they call quality. What is the person track record? What the person can do? The person has done it before. Not plenty talk. Not you will not tell me that you come and build skyscraper. You should tell me whether you have done it before or not a particular skyscraper, whether you have done something similar to that, and how you will do it. But you cannot give me two of those things. Even job interview, other stuff you go for, automatically they will, they will not choose you. So that in that direction, I say, we need to look at, voter education, especially young people, because we are majority, right? So how do we vote? On what basis we vote? Like the candidate I voted for the last election, 2003, many of my friends told me, Kimo, you just want to spoil vote, but you know that person will not win. No, I told them, look, election is not about, for me, election is not about, it's not just about following the noise or the popularity, but it's about voting who I believe has the quality and can actually deliver. And I can tell you with time we are getting better, even though we are not there. But recently we gave our former president one term, and he hoping to come back. little by little, we are getting there.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yes. So we are getting to know that people, well, if you are not performing, we not vote for them. So in that direction, we try to encourage people to vote for quality,
Yeah.
qualification, what the person has done, what the person can do, what the person said they would do, and how they would do it, but not based on noise or popularity. Yeah. Yeah. So
All right.
that's why.
Thank you. I mean, it was perfect that we're even bringing you today because earlier today we heard the news that our own federal government in Nigeria wanted the individual states, the subnationals, to start to generate their own power, right? And like you have already hinted from the beginning, that challenges that you will face is money and maintaining the infrastructure, right? So if you want to advise a state, for example, that wants to go into generating its own power, what would be your advice to them? Just give them like a small framework on how to go about it, especially when you are targeting clean energy.
Okay, so generate your own power should not just, many African government just look at cotton ribbon and making like to the right, but yes, but it should go beyond commissioning. It should go beyond cutting ribbons, right? So there is no way the project development and the project implementation, should be given, should be considered high priority more than operation readiness, meaning that, preparing for operation and operation itself. Yeah. Because what make that particular infrastructure sustainable, it is how well you prepare, you know, is how well you prepare to operate it, or how well you prepare to operate it and maintain it. So to have that kind of for realistic, energy plan in place is that you should have a clear cut project development plan. Your project development plan should be driven by data. It should not be driven by noise. Should not be driven by, votes. Like this region, has a lot of votes, so I have to, satisfy them. No, it should be driven by data. Whether like, area A, do they have the natural resources from a renewable energy standpoint? If you are doing biomass, do we have the material there in terms of garbage, in terms of wood, in terms of plain waste? Do we have it there? If we're talking about hydro, this region, do we have, does that region have the water resources? Does that region have the solar resources to construct that solar power plant? Yeah. If yes, we give you a check mark that that project will be implemented there. Then in terms of the project implementation, the starving, right? So there are too many interests, right? In terms of project starving from the cleaner, from the housekeeping to the project manager, to the politician, to the engineers, to the contractors, they are very, very important. But people overlook it. The project is poorly managed. You have a very good technical team, but the project doesn't have a good project manager. So definitely, you find out that the project manager decision will be affecting the technical team, and the technical team, they will not be delivering on time. They will not be motivated. They will not be, once you're not motivated, definitely as engineer, you'll not be innovative and other things. So it will affect it. So we have to, you know, to recruit a very strong project team to deliver that particular energy project. And while developing it, we should also, maybe at the midway of the project, we should recruit that operation team that will be able to take over from the project team to start studying about it, to start studying about that infrastructure. Other people will see it to be a waste. Why are we paying people like 1 year salary and they are not working? No, they are working, they are studying, they are developing operations and maintenance strategy. They are knowing about the plants, they are knowing about the power plants, they are reading the single light diagram, they are getting familiar with it. Once that power plant is commissioned, they will take over automatically. They know where to go when there's a problem. They know what, they know what transformer drawing says and other thing, what position and other stuff. So project development project implementation, and operation readiness. For me, these are the key three components that any institution or any government should consider while developing while developing, implementing, and transitioning to operation in terms of energy, in terms of developing a sustainable infrastructure. Or else, if any one of these things are missing, we are just going to cut ribbon, and at the end of the day, you see many of our power feel they are feeling around. Power plant will
Yeah,
run for 2, 3
no, I mean,
of
thank you
short,
so much.
short,
Thank you so much,
short.
Nome. You hit it in the head because I definitely asked you what would you advise them, and you gave me the step by step, and these three components that you mentioned, because you highlighted one of the things you need to know is, oh, I'll give you a state, go and generate power. You first need to ask, what kind of power do I need to have? Is it hydro? If it's hydro, do I have enough water resources to power it? If it's biogas, do I have enough dirt to be able to? I know, so it's fantastic. Very, very nice template that you went there. How do you now ensure that, for example, some of these things we don't have them already and you have to use foreign help or foreign investors? How do you ensure sustainability with local players, local employees, so that when, like you said, they finish building and then they're doing it, are you sure you want to advise them to, for example, pay 1 year for somebody to be learning and not doing the job?
Okay, so yeah. So it is not about learning not doing the job. So they got so they get something called local partnership of building local capacity. Look, we will not know until we are given the opportunity to learn.
Okay. Yeah.
So it is no crime like private firms, like private engineers, like engineers. You know, there should be clauses in our contracts saying or
Clauses in
in
our
our
contract.
framework that particular in a particular project development that like or international firm should partner with this particular with local firm to deliver the project, and there should be some training requirement, and and people should be very serious and strict on it. So if we say that, like if we have the supervision engineer, to supervise the construction of this 500 megawatt solar power plant, definitely a training plan in terms of transfer of knowledge should be incorporated in that particular owner engineer contract, even if
Contract.
it will cost the government to create budget line for payment of that engineer that will be assigned to that particular supervision engineer, taking decision, attending meetings, seeing how things seeing how things are done, see how contracts are negotiated, see how engineers design, people that are deeply involved into design, people that are deeply involved into manufacturing, attending tests, visiting factories, like with with over the period of, well, let's say 5 years, you will see that you have a lot of talents, both from our company or from our engineering firm standpoint, and from our individual engineer standpoint, that we can compete. Like we have been talking, it has gone more than 25 years. We are still saying Africa is in a learning curve. We don't have the capacity. The reason we don't have the capacity is that because we have not been trained. Like, you cannot just come from university and they put you on a in a power plant to go and operate or go and construct. No, they should give you the opportunity to develop. So 2020 I participated in the Marine Energy Colleges competition.
Okay.
So the Marine Energy, it was the first. The 2020 was the first. We should have gone Washington, but because of COVID, we had it online. But that particular program is designed purpose-led for business development and workforce development. So you having investors from the US attending that particular program. You having industry experts attending that program. You know, you know, buying ideas or getting ideas from there, and then also encouraging young graduates, students after graduation to transition to the marine energy industry. So that's how you find people people transitioning. So if you are from university, they take you at ERT, engineering training. When you're a technician, they take you technician training. So after 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you transition to full engineer or full technician. So there should be a program that, there should be a program. Nothing going to happen by magic. Yeah. So that there should be a program in place.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We really love your insights. We have so many things to really talk about, but for time factor, we will not be able to ask questions because I wanted to ask questions about international collaborations. We want to talk about the future of Africa. But in 1 minute, I just want you to tell us or talk to the young African listening, the young Liberian, the young Nigerian or Ghanaian that is watching right now. Your vision for such a young lad, how do you move them from being just dependents to being leaders?
Okay, so for Africa, it is really tough. The reason why I say it's tough, the scarcity of opportunity is very, very high. We do not have a lot of opportunity. So to actually push in Africa, you should be, self-motivated and self-driven. But from a community level, or from a community family level, we have to stop telling our brother, sister, friends, that it is not possible. We need to, remove it is not possible from our dictionary. So I told someone, right? For me, I don't want to say we should, government should come in. No, for me, I think we have said government should come in. A lot of time. That is for me. That's a repetition now. We have said it over and over, and they are not coming in. I can tell you the reason why they are not coming in. Yes, the reason why they are not coming in because they are very smart. Politicians, play according to our wants and like. So now, as young people, our draft, our appetite for life, is driven by short-term benefit in terms of you give me $5, $10, $15, I go and buy a drink, I go and buy food, I eat, I finish, just like that. Right now, that is what we are. So for me, I think we need to encourage ourselves. We need to stop discouraging people. We need to support people and tell people that, look, if you do not fail, you will not learn. You got to fail. You got to try. You can make it. Yeah. So it got to start off from you as an individual. Then community got to support. For me, that's the only way we can promote growth. And we can promote growth. We can promote innovation, and we can have that kind of sustain, economic, the development. Like I have been to a few other countries. I go there. Who owns Starbucks? Who owns KFC? They are private citizens. They are not government. Yeah. You say they are different from us. The government, that government has created a conducive environment, but their society also contributing for the government to create that conducive environment because the way they see life as a society. So for me, until we as a society, the way we see life, the way we model life, we stop begging politicians. We stop requesting for rights. We stop requesting for T-shirts. We should sponsor politician campaigns. We should sponsor their rally. So if we sponsor a rally, you go and fail the next election, we forget about you. We sponsor a rally, we forget about you. Right? We move. Yeah. So for me, it is this. For me, it's society. It is our mindset. We have to push our politicians to do the right thing. Those guys, they are smart.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kemo.
It will change the game.
Thank you so much for your time. Lume, you've given a beautiful insight on this energy generation. And I hope that the rest of Africa, the rest part of the world, will look up to Africa and say, yes, they're doing something good. The other part of Africa will look at Liberia and say, yes, they've done well. So once again, thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank you so much. And I hope this is not the only invitation. I hope.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. We'll bring you back.
Of course, we'll bring you back.
Thank you.
All right,
man.
thank you very much. Yes, Amulu.
I mean, I am wowed by how in-depth this conversation has been. And look, I had a lot talking back, especially that part where he talked about the steps to advise the government, because that was where we were having the conversation this morning. And then he just comes and says, okay, this is the things you need to do. None of it should be negotiated. You have to have all three for you to be able to decide, okay, yes, we want to go about it. So I hope even the states here are listening.
I believe
and
so.
The state governors are listening.
I believe the state governors and all the power generating companies would have listened. In fact, there's a whole lot to learn from this. You understand?
Well, the power was we talking about we created our own individual power.
Yes.
I'm not generator. He wasn't talking about generator now. No, we're going to get there.
Okay, all right. Amalu, it's time to say our goodbyes.
Yeah, so I'm sure our listeners enjoyed the ensemble of conversations that we had today. We brought in a vet who came to talk about pet care, and now we're talking about power generation and how we're going to get sustainable power, eventually clean energy, which is also what they're advocating for. I do hope that you learned a lot of things, and of course, join us tomorrow again for another interesting episode.
Yeah. Okay, so the task ahead is clear. Governments must create enabling policies, the private sector must invest in clean innovation, and citizens, like our guest said, especially young people, must take ownership of the solutions. Africa's biggest energy source isn't just solar or hydro, it's the people. So a very big thank you to our guest, Dr. Bakara Molara, who came the first time, and Kemulume for their beautiful insights. And many thanks to you for joining us today. Please do it to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Like, share, comment, and of course, like I said earlier, we'll always read some of your comments during the live show. I am Omevi Idolo. See you some other time.
The journey of exploring Africa's uniqueness and spotlighting the continent's powerful stories and promises remains in our heart. And today we unfold one of that story that shapes Africa's soul. Central African Republic, otherwise known as CAR, is the heart of the continent, a land rich in natural wealth, yet often misunderstood. Bounded by 6 neighbors and situated in the very center of Africa, the Central African Republic is landlocked, but far from landlocked in spirit. It is a country of vast green savannas, dense tropical forest, rich wildlife, and river systems that feed both its land and identity. From the Ubangi River in the south to the fringes of the Saharan zone in the north, the CAR holds some of the continent's most ecologically vital and untouched terrain. But beyond the land lies the story of its people, diverse, resilient, and culturally vibrant. The Central African Republic is home to more than 80 ethnic groups, including the Baya, Banda, Mangia, and Sara, each with its own language, dance, craftsmanship, and oral traditions that have been passed down for centuries. Despite a history marked by conflict and political fragility, the spirit of community and cultural pride runs deep. At the heart of CAR's economy is natural wealth. Gold, diamonds, timber, and uranium lie beneath its soil. However, the paradox of abundance is real. These riches have not always translated into broad-based development. Yet, across towns like Bangui, Bosangoa, and Braya, local farmers, traders, and artisans continue to drive informal economies, even as international organizations work alongside the government to rebuild systems and structures. Hope also beats through the arts. CAR's vibrant music and storytelling traditions are rich with wisdom and resistance. From traditional percussion ensembles to modern gospel and Afrobeat, Central Africans use rhythm and voice not only to entertain, but to educate, heal, and unify. The Sanga Trinational Forest, a UNESCO World Heritage Site shared with Congo and Cameroon, is one of the last strongholds.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, We've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of football, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? the formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our youngsters that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
So we can bring that back, that passion.
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self. self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shall, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me? We're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, You don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. It couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi, and I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director, in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. there is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. This men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you'll get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Are these times harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back, to be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government expresses confidence in Nigeria's ability to attain a $1 trillion gross domestic product by 2030, as projected by President Bola Tinubu. Federal Inland Revenue Service reaffirms commitment to build a transparent, inclusive, and technology-driven tax administration aimed at fostering trust and shared prosperity. Joseph Boakai replaces the country's mining minister and top regulator as the nation intensifies talks with Washington on investment in critical minerals sector. President Trump announced new trade pact with South Korea after bilateral engagements with President Lee in Busan at Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. And in the world of sport, the Super Falcons of Nigeria have secured their place at the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations after defeating the Amazons of Benin 3-1 on aggregate. The federal government has expressed confidence in Nigeria's ability to attain a $1 trillion gross domestic product (GDP) by 2030, as projected by President Bola Tinubu. The assurance was given by the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, during a courtesy visit by the European Union EU Parliamentary Committee on Foreign Affairs in Abuja. He said President Tinubu administration is committed to inclusive economic reforms that focus on stability, investment, inflows, and value chain development across priority sectors. Bagudu noted that the administration's strategy relies heavily on private sector participation to drive productivity and sustainable growth. He highlighted agriculture, digital innovation, infrastructure, and manufacturing as key focus areas that will attract both local and foreign investment. According to him, policies are being fine-tuned to remove bottlenecks, boost investor confidence, and expand opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises. The minister also commended the EU's consistent support for Nigeria, particularly in governance and development programs. He stressed that stronger partnerships with international allies are essential to fast-tracking economic transformation and achieving long-term prosperity. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has refuted reports that it directly disbursed $1.25 billion to major oil marketers for the importation of refined petroleum products and related items. It described the claims as inaccurate and misleading. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the 28th of October, the Apex Bank clarified the figure quoted in its first quarter 2025 sectorial utilization of foreign exchange data was misinterpreted. According to the CBN, the amount reflected aggregate foreign exchange transactions conducted within the Nigerian foreign exchange market, NFM, under the willing buyer, willing seller arrangement, and the bank stressed that it does not allocate foreign exchange directly to private sector participants under the current framework, reiterating its commitment to maintaining transparency and a market-driven FX system. The clarification comes amid heightened scrutiny over forex allocation and rising demand for foreign exchange, particularly within the oil and gas sector. Now, the federal government is set to implement a major policy mandating electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, to meet minimum capital adequacy requirements before their operating licenses can be renewed. The new rule aims to address the long-standing financial instability within the power sector by improving liquidity and financial health of DISCOs. This was disclosed by the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, during the opening session of Nigeria Energy Week 2025 in Lagos. Speaking at the event themed Owning Nigeria Through Investment, Innovation and Partnership, Adelabu noted that most DISCOs are severely undercapitalized and are weighed down by huge debt burden. He stressed that their inability to attract investment or meet infrastructure demands has contributed to Nigeria's chronic electricity challenges. The new capital requirement framework is expected to incentivize better financial discipline and accountability among utilities. Adelabu emphasized that sustainable power delivery hinges on strengthening DISCO's financial capacity, calling for private sector collaboration and regulatory reforms to reposition the industry. The policy is part of broader sectoral reforms aimed at unlocking investment and improving service delivery. The federal government has secured about 700 billion naira from the Federation Allocation Committee, FAAC, to fund the rollout of 1.1 million electricity meters nationwide by December 2025. This was announced by the Minister of Power, Adelabu Adebayo, on Tuesday at the Nigerian 2025 Energy Forum, NEF, in Lagos, themed Powering Nigeria Through Investment, Innovation and Partnership. The deployment forms a key part of the Presidential Meeting Initiative, PMI, aimed at closing Nigeria's persistent metering gap. The initiative is designed to improve revenue assurance for power companies and enhance transparency within the electricity supply chain. Minister Adelabu highlighted that the project will contribute to strengthen the financial health of the power sector while ensuring consumers receive accurate billing. The government's focus on expanding metering coverage is a critical step towards addressing long-standing challenges in Nigeria's electricity distribution and boosting investor confidence in the sector. Now, in a significant boost to Nigeria's creative economy, the Federal Ministry of Art, Culture and Tourism and the Creative Economy has signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with Lens for Good, a non-profit storytelling initiative to foster capacity building, digital storytelling, and policy collaboration. The agreement was formalized on Monday in Abuja and marks a strategic move to bridge the gap between government and creative sector. The partnership is expected to drive structured mentorship and professional development programs aimed at elevating Nigerian creatives on both local and international platforms. Lens for Good, known for promoting social impact through storytelling, will collaborate with the ministry to provide access to tools, training, and platforms for emerging talents across disciplines with the creative space. Stakeholders describe the MOU as a new chapter in harnessing the potential of Nigeria's vibrant creative industry. The ministry said the initiative aligns with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda to position the creative economy as a key distributor to national development and global cultural relevance. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has reaffirmed its commitment to building a transparent, inclusive, and technology-driven tax administration aimed at fostering trust and shared prosperity across Nigeria. Speaking at Abuja edition of the 2025 Emerging Taxpayers Tax Clinic, Executive Chairman Dr. SOUQ Adedeji said the agency is focused on transforming the country's tax landscape to better serve citizens and the economy. Adedeji noted that FIRS is modernizing its operation to improve communication with taxpayers and simplify compliance processes. He added that a key priority is closing the trust gap between government and citizens by promoting openness and clarity in tax procedures. Through automation and streamlined systems, the agency aims to make it easier for both individuals and businesses to understand and meet their tax obligations. The tax clinic is part of FIR's broader reform strategy, which includes taxpayers' education, digital integration, and improved service delivery. Adedeji urged Nigerians to embrace voluntary compliance, saying the success of the system depends on mutual cooperation between the government and its citizens. The Association of Indigenous Contractors of Nigeria, AICAN, has threatened to launch a nationwide protest on November 3rd, 2025, citing the federal government's failure to pay for projects completed during the 2024 fiscal year. Now, the warning came from the ICAN National President Jackson Ifeanyi during a press briefing on Tuesday in Abuja. Ifeanyi described the situation as a grave injustice against indigenous contractors who executed government-approved projects in good faith. He emphasized that the government has not only withheld payments, but has also gone ahead to commission some of these projects despite outstanding debts. The contractors are demanding immediate settlement of all unpaid dues, warning that failure to address the issue could disrupt ongoing and future government projects. The protest aims to draw attention to the financial struggles faced by indigenous contractors due to delayed government payments. The Honorable Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, is set to town for the Nigerian Energy Leadership Summit 2025 held at Landmark Center, Lagos, on the 28th of October 2025. In his opening remarks, he reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to advancing a sustainable and efficient power sector through strategic reforms, innovative refinancing, and partnerships. Chief Adelabu highlighted that the power industry's revenue has risen from 1.1 trillion naira in 2023 to 1.7 trillion naira in 2024, supported by 4 trillion naira bond to offset legacy debt. TrackUp's the Lagos State Governor, represented by the Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Biodun Ogunleye, followed with a presentation on Lagos State electricity law.
The federal government is pursuing a comprehensive, multi-pronged agenda to reposition the Nigerian power sector for sustainability, efficiency, and growth. Collectively, these interventions have helped sustain an average generation capacity of approximately 5,300 megawatts in 2024, up from 4,200 megawatts recorded in 2023. In 1 year, this is an improvement of average generation and transmission capacity of over 1,200 megawatts of power. Yes. Because, I must tell you, it took us almost 40 years.
The Lagos State Governor, represented by the Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Biodun Ogunleye, followed with a presentation on Lagos State Electricity Law of 2024, which promotes decentralization and private sector participation and innovation. He stressed Lagos' goals of becoming a model city for clean and affordable energy, inviting investors and developers to collaborate on renewable energy projects that can be replicated nationwide.
Across Nigeria, we are seeing exciting new opportunities in the power sector. The legal and regulatory landscape is shifting. We are witnessing the rise of decentralized generation, increased private sector involvement, and innovative approaches at the state level. Here in Lagos, we understand that reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy is not a luxury. It is a fundamental building block for economic growth, social progress, job creation, and our competitiveness on the global stage.
The summit also featured exhibitions where global and local energy firms showcased cutting-edge technologies, clean energy solutions, and smart grid innovations. Exhibitors presented advancements in solar energy, off-grid power system, and digital tools for improving distribution efficiency.
As we all know, Nigeria is developing all the time. Actually, without electricity, it is very hard to access the high technology, right? So in this case, we are aiming to provide this kind of products to better cater to the demand of Nigeria.
developing batteries, inverters, pump drivers in Turkey. We are manufacturing in Turkey, actually. We have residential and CNI containerized battery applications, and we are here to find a solution for Nigerian people and support the community.
Basically, we are the biggest manufacturer for medium voltage cable accessories and recloser for monitoring the power system of medium voltage. Trust me, I can see many problems have got on account about the power. Sometimes the power is going off, turn on. So our product, one of our product, it's helping to stop this kind of problem we have got in the country. So you can monitor it and what's the problem in the line and the distribution line that you can have. Well, we are trying to find a partner here to have like some inventory to work with the utilities, basically. We are looking for someone to be our partner. So it's the third trade show we are here, but someone come over, but someone don't understand a lot. So what the components made of and how to introduce to the utility. So we are trying to find someone to work here. We are already supplying for South Africa, Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Kenya, offshores. The biggest solar farms in the world, Chardon is one of the biggest suppliers.
Other participants, including policymakers, investors, and international development partners, commended the summit's focus on fostering cross-sector partnerships. They were encouraged to utilize the Nigerian Energy mobile application to access the agenda, engage in networking, and explore investment-ready projects with regional potential. The event reflected a unified vision, transforming ideas into investment and policies into tangible progress for Nigeria's sustainable energy future. Still to come in the news, Thailand's finance minister clears the air on allegations of manipulating its energy, its nation's currency. We'll go on a short break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay tuned.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adebi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Liberia's President Joseph Boakai has replaced the country's mining minister as top regulator as the West African nation intensified talks with Washington on investment opportunities in its critical mineral sector. Matanoke Tingbai, a former deputy mining minister and the ex-president Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, has been appointed to lead the ministry, succeeding Wilman Pai. The president's office is set to move and aimed at improving governance and efficiency in the mining sector, which plays a crucial role in national revenue generation. The leadership reshuffles comes as Liberia seeks to strengthen investor confidence under Boakai's 5-year development strategy known as the Arrest Agenda. The country has recently identified new deposits of lithium, cobalt, manganese, and rare earth element minerals considered vital to electric vehicles and renewable energy production. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently met Liberia's Foreign Minister Sarah Besoloi Nyati in Washington to discuss deeper U.S. participation in mining and critical minerals. Boakai also appointed new deputies at the mines and education ministries, some of whom await Senate confirmation. Uganda's coffee export rose to 59% year-on-year in September 2025, driven by a strong harvest in key growth regions. According to a report released on Wednesday by the Ministry of Agriculture, the country exported 844,940 60-kilogram bags of coffee during the month, compared to 532,212 bags in September 2024. The ministry attributed the increase to favorable weather, improved crop yields, and the maturation of newly planted trees. The export jump reaffirms Uganda's position as Africa's top coffee exporter and the key player in global coffee market. The government's ongoing support for smallholder farmers, including the provision of disease-resistant seedlings and technical training, has helped improve both the quality and quantity of production. Officials say the spike in export volumes will also strengthen the country's foreign exchange earnings. Coffee remains Uganda's leading agricultural export, contributing to significant rural livelihoods and national income. Major markets for Ugandan coffee include the European Union, United States, and increasingly Asia. Authorities are optimistic that continued investment and favorable climate conditions will sustain growth into the next season. Thailand's Finance Minister Enikitigna Prampras has dismissed claims that the country has manipulated the currency, insisting that the Bank of Thailand maintains a fair and transparent approach to the exchange rate management. He stated that the central bank possesses sufficient tools to stabilize baht without market interference and emphasized the government's commitment to financial integrity. And Nikiti added that by December, authorities would intensify scrutiny of illicit funds movement to enhance economic stability. His comment followed a joint statement by the U.S. Treasury and the Bank of Thailand agreeing not to use U.S. government investment vehicles, microprudent tools, or capital flows, measures to influence exchange rate for trade advantage. Thailand's economy continues to face headwinds from high household debt, a strong baht, and U.S. tariffs. The finance minister noted that discussions were underway with Washington to reduce tariffs on Thai products, following a recent agreement to remove tariff barriers on about 99% of U.S. goods traded with Thailand. United States President Donald Trump has announced a breakthrough trade agreement with South Korea during his Asia tour, finalizing a deal that had stalled for months. The accord reached with South Africa President Lee Jae-myung in Gyeonggi allows Seoul to avoid harshest U.S. tariffs by investing $350 billion into the American economy. According to Lee's sign, $200 billion will be paid in cash installments, while $150 billion will fund shipbuilding projects aimed at revitalizing the U.S. industry. The deal marks a diplomatic success for both leaders, strengthening economic cooperation while addressing trade imbalances. Trump described the talks as productive and decisive, adding that he expected similar progress in upcoming negotiations with Chinese President Xi Jinping. His next stop in Busan is expected to focus on restoring trade stability between the world's two largest economies. Speaking to reporters, Trump said he plans to halve the 20% tariff on Chinese imports in exchange for Beijing's efforts to restrict exports of fentanyl precursors chemicals. China's foreign ministry expressed optimism, stating that the meeting could inject a new momentum into U.S.-China relations and foster positive global outcomes. Oil prices steadied on Wednesday as traders balanced optimism surrounding an upcoming meeting within U.S. President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping, with expectations of an output hike at the OPEC Plus summit. Brent crude futures gained 11 cents to $64.51 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate rose 60 cents to $60.21. China's foreign ministry confirmed that the two leaders would meet in Busan, South Korea, expressing hopes that the dialogue would strengthen U.S.-China relations. The announcement, combined with reports of decline in U.S. crude and fuel inventories, helped stabilize market sentiment. Data from the American Petroleum Institute indicated a draw of more than 4 million barrels in crude stock last week, signaling tighter supply conditions. However, reports that OPEC is considering a modest production of increase about 137,000 barrels per day in December have tempered gains. Despite recent sanctions on major Russian oil firms, analysts note that concern about global oversupply continues to cap price growth. Now, China has officially confirmed that President Xi Jinping will meet U.S. President Donald Trump on Thursday in South Korea port city of Busan, raising expectations of a breakthrough in efforts to ease prolonged trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. The announcement came from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs on Wednesday. According to a spokesperson, the leaders will engage in in-depth communication on strategic and long-term issues, though no direct mention was made of a trade agreement. However, market and observers are closely watching the meeting, anticipating a possible deal that could see the U.S. reduce tariffs in exchange for Chinese curbs on exports of fentanyl precursors, chemicals, and other key concessions. The meeting will take place on the sideline of Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation APEC Summit and is expected to last up to 4 hours. It will mark the highest level contract between both governments in months amid shifting global trade alliances and rising geopolitical competition. Still to come in the news, Bank of Canada moves to lower its key interest rate to 2.25% amid mounting pressure from the United States' renewed trade war.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. British Bank approved more mortgages in September than in any other month of 2025, defying broader caution in the housing market. New data from the Bank of England BOE revealed on Wednesday. A total of 65,944 mortgage approvals were recorded for home purchases, marking the highest monthly figure since December 2024. The uptake comes amid uncertainty ahead of Finance Minister Raquel Reeves' upcoming budget announcement. Analysts had anticipated a slowdown in approvals due to rising borrowing costs and subdued consumer confidence. However, the BOE data suggests a surprising resilience in housing demand, possibly driven by expectations of a policy shift or rate stabilization. The surge also comes as inflation shows signs of easing, raising hopes for a potential reduction in interest rate by early 2026. Despite this optimism, experts warn that structural challenges remain. House prices are still elevated and affordability pressures continue to weigh in on first-time buyers. The coming months will test whether the September surge is a temporary rebound or the start of sustained recovery in the United Kingdom housing sector. Argentina has moved to overturn a $16.1 billion judgment awarded to investors over 2012 seizure of state energy company YPF. The appeal being heard by United States Court of Appeal in Manhattan challenges an earlier ruling ordering Argentina to pay damages to majority shareholders Peterson Energia Inversora and Etimpa Capital Management. The dispute stems from Argentina's nationalization of 51% of YPF shares from Spain's Repsol without extending a mandatory tender offer to other investors. A United States district judge ruled that Buenos Aires breached structural obligations, awarding more than $14 billion in damages and interest. Argentina's legal team argues that the case should not have been tried in American courts, citing sovereign immunity and inflated damages estimate equivalent to nearly half of its 2024 national budget. The case carries major implications for President Javier Milei's economic reforms and Argentina's fragile fiscal recovery. A loss could strain the government's debt-ridden economy, even as Washington signals potential bailout support to stabilize the nation's financial outlook. Now, the Bank of Canada is expected to lower its key interest rate to 2.25% amid mounting pressure from the United States' renewed trade war. With President Donald Trump threatening new tariffs on Canadian goods, financial analysts predict the new rate cut will help stimulate demand and counter economic slowdown. Money markets now price in over 90% chance of a 25 basis point reduction, signaling broad consensus on the need for easing monetary policy. Economic data in recent months has shown limited growth and persistently high unemployment, prompting calls for intervention to boost investment and consumer spending. Economists believe the soft job market outweighs inflation risk, even with a new fiscal stimulus package expected next week federal budget. The Bank of Canada's decision, along with its quarterly monetary policy report, will be released at 9:45 a.m. local time. The move aligns with similar expectations from the United States Federal Reserve, which is also projected to lower rates by 25 basis points to support slowing employment and economic growth. The United States Senate has passed a bill seeking to overturn President Donald Trump's tariff on Brazil, marking a rare show of bipartisanship in Washington. The legislation, approved by 52 votes to 48, aims to terminate the national emergency Trump declared in July in response to Brazil's prosecution of former President Jair Bolsonaro for alleged coup attempt. The bill will now proceed to Republican-controlled House of Representatives, where it faces uncertainty as similar efforts have been blocked in the past. Senate Democrats argue that the tariffs have increased consumer prices and worsened inflation, while a few Republicans back the measure, citing concerns over economic strain and trade stability. Trump had raised tariffs on most Brazilian imports to 50% and imposed sanctions on Brazilian Supreme Court justice involved in Bolsonaro's trial. While the former president has hinted at potential tariff reductions, Congress remains divided over how far to challenge his sweeping trade policies. In sport news, a reigning European champion Paris Saint-Germain, PSG, have announced a record turnover of 837 million euros for the 2024-2025 season, marking a historic financial and sporting year for the French club. The announcement comes on the heels of the PSG's first ever UEFA Champions League title, a milestone the club described as transformative both on and off the pitch. In its financial report released Tuesday, Qatar-owned PSG highlighted the commercial revenue accounted for 367 million euros of the total earnings, while matchday income, including ticket sales and hospitality, generated 175 million euros. These gains were achieved despite long-standing concern over the limited capacity of Parc des Princes Stadium, which the club believes restricts further revenue growth. Owned by Qatar Sports Investment since 2011, PSG continues to position itself among elite club of global football. The financial results underline the club's growing brand power, boosted by star performances and global marketing. The club also hinted at future ambitions, potentially including a new or expanded stadium to support sustained commercial growth. Still in sport news, the Super Falcons of Nigeria have secured their place at the 2026 Women Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON after defeating the Amazons of Benin 3-1 on aggregate. The 10-time continental champions took control of the tie with a 2-0 victory in the first leg played in Lomé, Togo last week. In return, a leg on Tuesday at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta, Ogun State, the Falcons were held to a 1-1 draw by a spirited Benin side. Despite the draw, Nigeria's dominant first leg performance ensured their passage to the final. The game saw a memorable moment for Ashley Prompter, who scored her first ever goal for the national team, sending the home crowd into frenzy. Nigeria now turns its attention to defending their title at the WAFCON next year, as they aim to maintain their dominance in Africa women's football. The qualification photo underlines the Super Falcons' reputation as the most successful team on the continent and a key contender for the 2024 trophy. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a quick recap of today's top stories. The federal government expresses confidence in Nigeria's ability to attain a $1 trillion gross domestic product by 2030, as projected by President Bola Tinubu. Federal Inland Revenue Service reaffirms commitments to build a transparent, inclusive, and technology-driven tax administration aimed at fostering trust and shared prosperity. President Joseph Boakai replaces the country's mining minister as top regulator as the nation intensifies talks with Washington on investment and critical minerals sector. President Trump announced a new trade pact with South Korea after bilateral engagement with President Lee and Busan at Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. And in sport news, the Super Falcons of Nigeria have secured their place at the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations after defeating the Amazons at Benin 3-1 on aggregate. Thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shoboya. Enjoy the rest of the day.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contributes to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, a set of choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. and spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice. With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push
for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. it's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific. that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. You should be respected. You should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to produce as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. the exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. It doesn't, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikili. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start with, no, she's so respectful, well-behaved, well-dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo well are the same. We have a lot.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere, and the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at a point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had. and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. Because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed. And the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.